Listening? Yeah. They can't stop this. Oh, wait. But they must not know I got solar panels and solar power and all that, and you know. But the only thing is I can't control is the internet. That's the only thing I can't control. So yeah, when electricity leaves, I got no internet because it's it comes through the an electrical source. So if it's not on, and so yeah, so they got me, guys. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I know you guys. I don't know if you guys believe conspiracy theories or whatever, but yeah, it was for like 2 minutes. It was only my house. My neighbor, nothing happened. It's happened before. Unexplainable. It's not my electricity. So I mean, I've been fine all day, all week, for days. This has never happened, and right when I go live, all of a sudden somebody pulls the plug or turns off the switch, right, real quick. Just real quick. All right, so we got 82. We had about 200, 250. Trying to just motivate me. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I got really pissed. Excuse my French. Yeah, it ain't no conspiracy. I know, whatever. But, I know what I know, and yeah, they do this a lot to me. You guys don't know what I go through, man. And I don't even talk about this stuff. I don't go through all these conspiracies, I never really mention all this stuff. But yeah, man, we're gonna continue. Unfortunately, we're gonna get those first 10 minutes again. So enjoy the first 10 minutes again. I had such a momentum going, man. So if you're new, you don't know what happened. I was just live and we got cut off. I had lost electricity all of a sudden for like a minute or two. Pretty weird. So I had to go live again. I had a whole thing already, introduction and everything. And so all I want to say is, real quick, I don't want to repeat myself, but I'm going to show you the real middle passage. You guys been looking for slave ships? Well, I found them, right? The thing is, we didn't find no slave ships because we weren't looking at the right places, right? But don't think I'm talking about so-called chattel or Kunta kinte slavery. It's totally different. It's what we call so-called slavery. We're going to talk about indentured servitude, who was coming over here, how did this impact the history of the U.S., who colonized it, who was really coming over here, how they got here. Remember, all these people were not so-called pale skin or so-called white people. All right, we're going to read a lot of books again. They're going to keep saying white servitude because they're talking about a period of time when there was no Africans at all. It was just Europeans coming as indentured servants. So automatically they called them white. So that's your own hijack on that. I'll be reminding you about that. Again, we're going to do part 1 today. We're going to probably do part 2 tomorrow because it's already a little late. It's a lot of info we're going to go over. All right. A lot of your ancestors came this way. Again, a lot of your ancestors came this way. All right. That's all I'm going to say. And let's get started. I had a whole speech the first time. You guys heard it, whoever was here. So let's just get started. All right. Again, indentured servitude, right? Get it like it's the first time. Get it like it's the first time.
Governor Northam made a reference to the history of slavery in the Commonwealth during his CBS interview, but he didn't call the first Africans to land on Virginia's shores slaves. Take a listen.
Well, it has been a difficult week, and you know, if you look at Virginia's history, we're now at the 400-year anniversary. Just 90 miles from here, in 1619, the first indentured servants from Africa landed on our shores in Old Point Comfort, what we call now Fort Monroe. And while in 1619, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant.
It's called the Free Negro Heads of Families in the United States in 1830, together with A Brief Treatment of the Free Negro by Carter G. Woodson. All right, this is right in the beginning. In the foreword, it says here, the second paragraph says, the aim of this report, like that on free Negro owners of slaves in the United States in 1830, we have that book too, we're going to get into that one, is to promote the further study of a neglected aspect of our history. As stated elsewhere, most of these free Negroes have been forgotten, all right, so-called free Negroes, all right. For persons supposedly well informed in history are surprised to learn today that about 500,000, almost 1/7 of the Negroes of this country, you heard that, were free. They were free prior to the emancipation in 1865. Who was really getting freed in that time? Because 500,000 or 1/7 of the so-called Negroes were already free in 1865. All right, they're letting you know here. It is hardly believed that a considerable number of Negroes were owners of the slaves themselves, and in some cases controlled large plantations. It wasn't just white people, all right, so-called whites.
So again, emphasis, this is where we got cut off earlier. I guess they didn't like the part where they say there was so-called black slave owners owning, you know, what is this? White servitude in colonial America. Oh, they must not like this. Right. So again, yeah, there was black slave owners. How does this happen? How do you get black slave owners? What is the history behind these people? Is it all Indians? Is it all so-called Indians? These so-called black slave owners? All right. So just start your own hijack again. It says white servitude. Again, they're only saying white because they're Europeans, not because they're pale skin. This is a modern interpretation of what they're trying to teach you in these books. So again, they're referring to all these Europeans collectively as white or white servitude. But we know, right? We've shown the evidence, we've shown the books, we've shown the genealogy, we've shown the historical coat of arms, the historical stewards, the historical so-called black nobility of Europe, right? And everybody else that was over there, the Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, the Moors that got expelled. We've shown all that. What happened to them? All right, let's see.
Listen to this. It says, prior to 1790, it was almost impossible to figure out exactly how many Negroes were slaves and how many were free, all right? So they can't give you an accurate number before 1790 when they're telling you slave numbers. You understand what they're telling you here, right? In fact, we do not yet know how many Negroes were actually imported as slaves. All right? Again, in fact, we do not yet know how many Negroes were actually imported as slaves.
They don't have the numbers. It's all guesswork. Carter's telling you right here. They don't know how many were actually slave and how many were free. They've been giving you false numbers this whole time before 1790.
According to Carey, the total number of up to 1808 aggregated about 340,000. Others believe that they were brought in probably as many as 400,000. Better estimates are impossible here because of the variation in the annual importation as a result of many influences. All right, now, they're giving numbers, right? So remember, they were telling us millions. Even these numbers don't add up to millions, right? That's a very small percentage. Some of the Negroes earlier reported as slaves, however, never had such a status. At least a few of the first Negroes brought to this country were indentured servants. All right? Now we're talking about real history here. When we're talking about so-called slaves being brought in 1690, the first so-called Africans, that's a complete myth. We've already broke that down. Even the governor went on the news talking about the first, slaves were actually indentured servants in 1690, and they had actual gained their freedom, a lot of them, and they actually had land. All right, so we're in the Encyclopedia Virginia.org website, and it says here, Indentured Servants in Colonial Virginia, contributed by Brenda Wolfe and Martha McCarty. And I guess this is a contract, right? You're gonna see what it is, indentured servants, basically a contract. I guess this is a historic one right here. All right, so let's go back. All right, so let's just read here real quick what so we can learn what indentured servant was and is, and we're gonna get different versions of it, right? So this is again in the Encyclopedia of Virginia, and it says indentured servants were men and women who signed a contract, also known as indenture or a covenant, by which they agreed to work for a certain number of years in exchange for transportation to Virginia, and once they arrived, food, clothing, and shelter. All right, so you see transportation to Virginia. So they want us to assume they're talking about Europeans. It doesn't really specify from where, right? But they're gonna, we're just, I guess in this article, they're just gonna talk about Europeans, or, it doesn't say if they're white or more, what kind of Europeans were coming. All right, so that's your own hijack. So it says adults usually served for 4 to 7 years, and children sometimes much longer, with most working in the colony's tobacco fields. Yeah, in the plantations, right? In tobacco plantations. Europeans working as indentured servants,
right? So real
right?
quick, just to emphasize again, when I was reading this, at the time I did part 18 from Indigenous American. Actually, I missed American here, I just noticed. To African American, the legal beginning of American Negro slavery. That's basically, we were talking about how the American Indians were actually being put under the same indenture and servitude. Same thing. It wasn't slavery, there was indentures. The thing about the American Indians, they were getting a little bit more abused. They didn't really fight, they didn't go to court. Nobody really could represent them. They couldn't represent themselves. They were just being disfranchised more and more and more, a little bit heavier than the Europeans. But, same kind of system. And again, we're reading here, this is from the Virginia Encyclopedia, indentured servitude. These people, these Europeans were coming to work, what? The tobacco fields? Wait, I thought that was Africans.
Indentured servitude became, during most of the 17th century, the primary means by which Virginia planters filled their nearly inexhaustible need for labor. That's how they filled these plantations, all right? At first, the Virginia Company of London paid to transport servants across the Atlantic, but with the institution of the head right system in 1618, the company enticed planters and merchants to incur the cost with the promise of land. All right, so I guess they promised them land after they were done. As a result, servants flooded into the colony, servants, not slaves, where they were greeted by deadly diseases and often harsh conditions that killed a majority of newcomers and left the rest to the mercy of sometimes cruel masters. The General Assembly passed laws regulating contract terms, as well as the behavior and treatment of servants. Besides benefiting masters with long indentures, these laws limited servant rights, while still allowing servants to present any complaints in court. By the end of the 17th century, the number of new servants in Virginia had dwindled, and the colony's labor needs were largely met by enslaved Africans. Dodge the hijack.
Dodge the hijack.
All right, so letting you know again that Europeans were also indentured servants or working in the tobacco fields, not just what they told us in our fairy tale story. They told us about Africans coming and working. It was indentured servant Europeans, and this included whites and black Europeans.
And so there are two sources of labor in colonial Virginia, the first of these being indentured servants. These were poor Europeans who agreed to a fixed term of forced labor in return for their passage across the Atlantic. Now, why are they called indentured servants? Good question. That is because an indenture was a type of contract. both sides get a copy. It's got a jagged edge that looks like somebody bit it, you know, rather than cut it with scissors or something like that. So you cut it along this jagged edge, and you know that the contract's real when the two identical parts are put together with the identical indenture. And in a lot of cases, there would actually be 3 copies of the contract, and one would be kept at the courthouse. So that's why it's called an indenture, because it's a type of contract between 2 individuals or groups. Well, at the very beginning, there were more indentured servants than African slaves. In fact, at the very beginning, there were 0 African slaves.
0.
All right, so real quick, just
0.
want to say let's dodge the hijack with the African, but you know, shout out to Tom Ritchie for you know, this history lesson. And again, as he was saying, you know, it was indentured servants. All right, in the beginning, there was no African slaves at all. There was no slaves. It was all indentured servants. Remember?
And slavery kind of gradually became institutionalized in colonial Virginia until finally it was decided that slaves were the property of their masters for life. First, slaves were actually treated like indentured servants, and you know, this is something that probably goes beyond a survey level course, but one day I may do a lecture about what, you know, is about the evolution of slavery as an institution in Virginia in the 17th century. But
all right, so this is the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science by Herbert B. Adams, the editor. It says history is past politics and politics are present history. Freeman. 13th series, all right, and it's called White Servitude in Virginia. Yes, White Servitude in Virginia. Oh, you thought it was just a little article here and there. A study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies by James Curtis Bala. All right, White Servitude in the colony of Virginia. 1895, and we're in.
All right, so real quick again, dodge the hijack. They're saying white servitude. They mean European servitude. All right, not just pale skin. Yes, there was pale skin. Yes, but they're leaving out. They want you to assume. They want you to only picture pale skin people. So break the spell. All right. Wow. When I'm reading this, picture people of color going through this too.
Page 10 in the introduction, it tells you that the object of the present paper then is to show first the purely colonial development of an institution which both legally and socially was distinct from the institution of slavery, which grew up independently by its side, though the two institutions mutually affected and modified each other to some degree. All right. Second, that it proved an important factor in the social and economic development of the colonies and conferred a great benefit on England and other portions of Europe in offering a partial solution of their problem of the unemployed. Now remember, they were sending their undesirables, the poor people in the street, the bums, you know, homeless people, convicts. So they were getting rid of all these people. So they were finding a way to do that by putting them as indentured servants and sending them to America. Right? So it says, when Lord Delaware came in 1610 with fresh supplies, he thoroughly organized the colony as a labor force under the commanders and overseers. Dale afterwards applied a rigorous military system adopted from the Low Countries and enforced it with great severity in carrying out his plans for establishing new plantations. The colonists were marched to their daily work in squads and companies under officers, people, colonists, Europeans, not talking about African slaves here. All right? And the severest penalties were prescribed for a breach of discipline or neglect of duty. A persistent neglect of labor was to be punished by galley service from 1 to 3 years. Penal servitude was also instituted for petty offenses. They worked as slaves in irons for a term of years, in irons and chains. The planters affirmed that there were continual whippings and extraordinary punishments, such as hangings. Who's getting hanged first? You see, who's getting whipped? Hanged. All right. Shooting, breaking on the wheel, and even burning alive. They were burning these people alive, but it is likely they must exaggerate the state of affairs. So they were sending so many people here, even before 1619. Since 1607, they were trying to set this up. They had different ways they were trying to do it. This book explains. Eventually, the growth of a class of strictly indented servants was also a factor in the failure of this tenantship. Servants were much less costly and rapidly became more profitable. 50 servants were sent to serve the public in 1619, and in the next year 100 more, say the records, to be disposed of among the old planters, which they exceedingly desire, and will pay the company their charges with very great thanks. These men had been selected with great care, but the company was unfortunate in being forced by the repeated orders of King James, all right, good old King James, to add a number of dissolute persons, whom he was determined by the exercise of a mere prerogative to remove from England as undesirable class. You see, he didn't want these people over there. They were sending them, they were dumping them over here in America, these undesirable people. The new life which began in Virginia.
All right. So yeah, you know, just want to say this is very important information. Let's not get distracted. You know, this is the real middle passage. I'm trying to show you guys something here. You know, we're not talking about the Book of Mormon. We're not talking about Moses. We ain't talking about none of that stuff here. We're very specific in what we're talking about. And when you ask about who wrote these books, I actually show you the name of the book and the authors and the libraries and universities who published these books. These are real things you can verify. I got the records. All right, so we're going to continue. Again, we're talking about a true middle passage. We're talking about how they created their whole story of so-called slavery. Where they getting these ideas for Kunta Kinte and putting these, about all these punishments, people dying, getting thrown over boats. I'm trying to explain something here, you know, something real, something that might have happened to one of your ancestors. We're not talking about Africans. All right. And just because you assume it's all white people, that's not the true history. All right, so we're going to continue again. We're in the book of white servitude again. They mean European servitude. Let's go. That's your own hijack.
In the year 1619, greatly encouraged industry and husbandry and led to a large increase of independent proprietaries in a few years. Special inducements were offered by large grants of land and exceptional privileges to associations of planters and adventurers for the establishment of separate plantations. Liberal grants were also made to tradesmen and to members of the company in proportions to their shares. To encourage immigration, additional grants were made to them for every person transported to the colony in the next 7 years. A large number of servants and tenants was needed on these plantations, and for some time the importation by private persons was larger than that by the company. All right, so they can't even count all the people that were brought privately. You hear what they're saying, right?
So now we come to the modern period, and we have this absurd stereotype which denotes black skin with servitude. And it's absurd. It's a folly. So I'm bringing the good news to black people that they are not of any more of a slave race than whites have been. Well, white slaves had to endure hundreds of lashes, and many of them died of that. But another way of penalizing them was to add time onto their length of service. If you ran away a day, that was a month of additional service. If you ran away for a month, that was a year of additional service. If you stole from your master, that could be months of additional service. If you had a corrupt master, and the courts of Assize listened more to the master than they did to you, he could have all kinds of trumped up charges against you, as happened in the Caribbean, and has happened in the United States and the tobacco plantations, and it meant that in reality it boiled down to a lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures. A lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures.
All right, so I hope you guys understood. All right, so this guy's the author of and they were slaves and they were white. That book, you know, goes around in the Pan-African community. He got a lot of good sources because he's reading the same books I'm about to read to you. So he's quoting the books. The first one we actually read, he just quoted from Jimbala. All right, and again, he's saying white, so he's just putting himself into it, which he might be some of those white servants that came, you know, but he's adding white because he knows it was European. So obviously, they told us that all so-called black people came out of Africa, and all Europeans were white. A black and white world, crayon colored world. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like that. Again, trying to break some spells here. Let's not get distracted. Let's go.
All right, so we're in this other book, right? I had to borrow this, couldn't even download this. You know, they don't even want you to have this. So it says White Servitude in Colonial America, an economic analysis by David Gelson.
Again, European servitude.
White servitude was one of the major institutions in the economy and society of colonial British America. Major institution, white servitude. Indentured English men and women constituted the principal labor supply for many of the early British settlements in the New World. All right, we're not talking about Africans. They told you all your life it was Africans. All right, but that was wrong. That's Kunta Kinte. That's roots fictional stories, plagiarized fictional stories. And their successors continued to make up an important part of white immigration to the British colonies in America throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. All right, they were coming in as what? Servants, indentured servants. All right. Yet those bound immigrants who arrived in the West Indies or the Chesapeake in the first half of the 17th century performed a very different role in the colonial labor market than did the indentured servants who came to British America in the middle of the 18th century. This book provides a description of the evolution of the economic function of white servitude in colonial America, based on an examination of detailed evidence about the population of bound immigrants and analysis the sources of this process through the use of an explanatory framework designed to provide an understanding of the determinants of the major changes that occurred over in time in the composition of colonial labor forces. In this way, this book is intended to produce both a thorough portrayal and an explanation of the causes underlying a dramatic episode of early American history in which hundreds of thousands, again, hundreds of thousands of European men and women of the 17th and 18th century voluntarily sold themselves into bondage for a period of years in order to become part of the earliest stream of immigrants from the old world to the new. All right? Again, did you understand that? Hundreds of thousands of Europeans, they came in as what? Into bondage. They volunteered themselves into bondage, into Egypt. They came back into Egypt, right? Into bondage for a period of years. Contract to become part of the early stream of immigrant. Slavery played no part in the plans of the early colonizers of British America, all right? Slavery wasn't around. It didn't exist. It wasn't in their mind. They came in with their English laws, which was indentured servitude. They also copied this from the Spaniards, their encomienda and repartimiento system that they had with the Aborigines as well, in the islands in Central America and Mexico, South America. Again, slavery played no part in the plans of the early colonizers of British America. The use of bound white laborers preceded the use of black slaves. So the use of bound white laborers preceded the use of black slaves in every British American colony, in every colony, all right?
And a constitutional system dedicated to the defense of legalized chattel slavery in our Constitution in 1789 could become transformed into an abolitionist project in 1865. That accomplishment was neither easy nor inevitable. It was a product of sustained resistance, ideological battle, consciousness raising, brilliant organizing, and ultimately a war of national liberation and preservation led by black citizen slaves and white freemen. But few commentators have spent much time pondering the significance of the abolition of indentured servitude in the 13th Amendment. That omission seems reasonable when we consider that few indentured servants remained in the United States in 1865, as most courts had refused to criminalize breach of contract after the 1830s. And yet the abolition of indentured servitude, along with slavery, of course, would have profound implications and consequences for the American nation. For starters, consider the dramatic divergence between the United States and Great Britain, its anti-slavery rival, which after its abolition of slavery in 1833, enlivened regimes of indenture and expanded global systems of unfree labor across its empire and across the 19th century. Consider also the power of an anti-trafficking coalition within the 13th Amendment. By anti-trafficking, I mean the abolition of buying and selling people, which is not the same as slavery, but certainly is commensurate with it. That is, in fact, what is so startling about the 13th Amendment in many respects, is that it abolished both kinds of traffic. Linked explicitly here for the first time in U.S. law were the common interests of indentured servants and slaves in not being bought or sold. You can read the servant and slave codes from their origin as trying to drive a wedge between servants and slaves. And here in the 13th Amendment, they come together beautifully.
All right, I know it sounds like a little mumbo jumbo there, but the guy is going to get to a point later on, and we're going to read it as well. But he's basically letting us know that these first abolitionists, we're going to read later on, you know, the whole American Revolutionary War, it had a purpose. And the main reason these people's freedom, the freedom they were really fighting for, it was their indenture. They were bounded. Most of these people were convicts, prisoners. We're just beginning right now. We're going to read all this. They were fighting for their freedom. It wasn't about no country and, oh, let's fight for America. And no, they were fighting for their own freedom. A lot of these people got land grants after the time of the war. All right, so that was their indenture to come fight in the war. That was how they paid their transportation over here. And if they survived, they got land. A lot of these people ended up in the southeast of US today, where there is so-called Black communities today. And there's been Black communities for like 200 years. Right? So where did all these indentured servant people, these American Revolutionary hero soldiers, they got land grants all over these areas. If they're white, where do they go, all of them? Should be more white.
Where did these slaves come from? Where were they drawn from?
Well, primarily from Great Britain. It was remarked in one of the chronicles that I found that Scotland was a veritable industry for white slavery. In the 17th century, white parents were afraid to bring their children to the ports of Scotland for fear of what has come to be known as press gangs. Again, the historians have distorted this and implied that impressment only operated for recruiting people on board British men of war as sailors. That's not true. In the original annals, you find that press gangs operated to kidnap children and adults on board these ships, and it was a veritable industry with the cooperation of the authorities. It began in the very early or the very late Elizabethan era, when the Elizabethan geographer Halkut suggested that the only way they were going to people these plantations was with bondsmen. But the actual machinery of it and where it was really put into effect en masse came in the Stuart dynasty and under the King Charles I in the early 17th century.
And we continue in the book, White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies, all right? 1895, I believe. We're in chapter 2 now. The servitude thus developed was limited and conditional. With respect to its origin, it was of two kinds, resting on distinct principles. First, voluntary servitude based on free contract with the London Company or with private persons for definite terms of service in consideration of the servant's transportation and maintenance during servitude. Second, involuntary servitude, where legal authority condemned a person to a term of servitude judged necessary for his reformation or prevention from an idle course of life, or as a reprieve from other punishment for misdemeanors already committed. All right, so again, they were sending convicts, or they were picking up these spiriting, actually kidnapping, spirited these people, you know, involuntarily, and sending them to America, dumping them over here. Convicts, poor people, undesirables. So though involuntary on the part of the servant, this kind involved a contract. So even though these people were being forced to come over here involuntarily, they still were getting a contract, imposing the sentence on the person that undertook the transportation of the offender. And the master's right to service resting upon the terms of this contract made or assigned to him was practically on the same footing as involuntary servitude. The great body of servants was comprised in the former class. They were free persons, largely from England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. You hear this? All right. These are your slaves. These are your first indentured servants who wished to go to the colony as settlers to better their condition. but were too poor to bear the charges of their transportation. They consequently entered into a voluntary contract with anyone that would assume these charges and their maintenance for such a term of years as would repay the outlay, placing themselves for this limited time at the disposal of the person for any reasonable service. The contract was made in Great Britain with resident planters or the agents of colonists, but more frequently with shipmasters who traded in Virginia and disposed of the servant on their arrival as they saw fit. The agreement was by deed indented, and hence arose the term indented servants. This class of so-called kids was supplemented by a smaller class of persons who went on agreements for fixed wages for a definite time. The other large class was supplied chiefly from English paupers, vagrants, and dissolute persons, sent under the arbitrary exercise of royal prerogative or by court sentences, and later by the action of English penal statutes. In the earlier years, it included a large number of poor children from the counties and towns of England who were sent to apprenticeship on easy conditions. The penal regulations of the colony up to the year 1642 tended also to recruit this class. A very large number of the convicts sent to the American plantations were political and not social criminals. Of the Scotch prisoners taken at the Battle of Worcester, 1,610 were sent to Virginia in 1651. 2 years later, 100 Irish Tories were sent, and in 1685 a number of the followers of Monmouth that had escaped the cruelties of Jeffreys. Many of the Scotch prisoners of Dunbar and of the rebels of 1666 were sent to New England and other plantations. As early as 1611, Governor Dale, anxious to fill out the number of 2,000 men for establishing military posts along James River, had recommended that all convicts from the common jails be kept up for 3 years. They are not always, he said, the worst kind of men, either for birth, spirit, or body, and would be glad to escape a just sentence and make this their new country. Oh, they would be glad to not be criminals anymore and get to go free in America so they can do their criminal acts over there, right? And plant therein with all diligence, cheerfulness, and comfort. Yeah, sure. Not all these convicts were good, I don't think. This request passed unheeded, and the earliest introduction of any of the criminal class seems to have been in 1618. All right, they're sending criminals over here. A strict system of search was applied to every ship that entered Virginia ports, and for the next half century, the colony had a respite from this class of Newgaters and jailbirds. Their transportation was now diverted to the West Indies. Also, it's not like they stopped sending them, they just started sending them to the West Indies instead. But this proved so ineffectual in putting a stop to petty felonies that in the 4th year of George I, 1717, Parliament passed a statute over the most vigorous protest from the Virginia merchants in London, making the American colonies practically a reformatory and a dumping ground for the felons of England. So they brought it back in 1717. Nope, that is the dumping ground for the felons of England. Again, pay attention, people, please. Remember this. When you see an American who says, oh, I descend from England, right? Well, your ancestor might have been a felon, and he was dumped here. He was considered a felon in England. He was dumped here because he was a felon.
Damn,
they needed work. They needed indentured servants. So you can tell them that. Have you done your genealogy and studied that? Ask them that. All right, because this was a dumping ground for the felons of England. All right, this is an official scholarly book with sources, real history here. In 1766, the benefits of this act were extended to include Scotland through Benjamin Franklin on the part of Pennsylvania, memorialized Parliament against it, and in 1768, the more speedy transportation of felons was ordered. Look at how many felons they're sending over here. So how many of these indentured servants that came here, how many really were felons? Wow. You see why they came here with that evilness, with that nature, to not care to take your town, to kill you, take your whole, rape your women, eat up all your corn, not care, dig up your graves, eat them, right? Like eat your ancestors because they were so hungry, going hungry, digging up your graves and stuff. This stuff they did. All right, these felons. The practice was only stopped by the War of the Revolution. The preamble of the Act of 1779 significantly remarks that whereas the transportation of felons to His Majesty's American colonies is attended with many difficulties, they are now to be sent to other parts beyond the sea, whether situate in America or not. All right, so we're in this other book now, by Don Jordan and Michael Walsh, and it's called White Cargo: The Forgotten History of Britain's White Slaves in America.
All right. So
Well, the
real
Spanish.
quick, again, let's not get sidetracked again. Dodge the hijack. We're just talking about European servitude. All right. I know they're gonna put the skin color there white, and they're gonna keep saying white because there's a deep there's a deep secret behind this. Like this is really deep. Not that it's not just that they didn't want you to know that you were American Indian. They also didn't want you to know you were the actual European. This is deep. This is what I'm trying to show you. All right, we're just getting started here. Again, you gotta do your own genealogy. Everybody has a different, unique family lineage, many different lines. You find out so much wonderful, great history if you actually do your genealogy. You'll see founders of towns. You'll see people who had farms, a lot of acres. You'll see people who are in the American Revolution. You'll see stories like this where they're bound. They came in as bound, or they were bound to somebody, so they had to get a bond, a marriage bond, and they had permission from their indentured master to marry their wife or whoever, or their wife was bound, and so these things you find in the genealogy when you start doing your genealogy, right? It's not about just wanting to be one thing. Okay, unless if you really want to know thyself and you like history and you're here in my channel, you've been following me all these years, and you're really about the truth and about history, well, this is it. Like, this is the next level thing. And again, this is going to be mainstream. Eventually, this is going to be mainstream. I was saying that in the last video before we got cut off, before they did a little switch, try to mess with me. Like, all right, don't worry, man. How many times can you do it before you get caught? How many times can you cut my electricity before the electric light company be like, wait, that's an anomaly. What's going on? It's already happened to me, guys. I'm just trying to tell you. So let's continue.
Slaughtered in America for gold, the English in America had to plant for their wealth. Failing to find the expected mineral riches along the eastern seaboard, they turned to farming, hoping they can make gold from tobacco. They needed a compliant, subservient, preferably free labor force, and since the indigenous peoples of America were difficult to enslave, they turned to their own homeland to provide. They got their own English slaves, not Africans. They imported Britons deemed to be surplus people. Britons, they talking about the originals, the dark skin. Remember, I know they're talking about white people here, but they also imported anybody who didn't want. So that even black Britons too. The rootless, the unemployed, the criminals, and the dissident, and held them in the Americas in various forms of bondage for anything from 3 years to life. This book tells the story of these victims of empire. They were all supposed to gain their freedom eventually. For many, it didn't work out that way. In the early decades, half of them died in bondage. This book tracks the evolution of the system in which tens of thousands of whites, not Africans, were held as chattel, marketed like cattle, not Africans, whites, punished brutally, and in some cases literally worked to death. For decades, this underclass was treated just as savagely as black slaves, and indeed toiled, suffered, and rebelled alongside them.
All right, so they were treated and they suffered just like so-called black slaves. All right, see, they're trying to always mix it in. They kind of still trying to hijack your mind right there. Like, well, they were still us, the Africans, right? Like we were like in real bondage. We were the ones in real bondage. We suffered more. Trust me. I've been attacked like that so much. Like, you Cootie Mel, it's not the same. It's not the same. And I'm like, I'm not trying to like make anybody feel take this personally in any wrong way. It's just true history. When you really want to talk about and feel bad about somebody or anybody that went through like a so-called middle passage, and this kind of, we're talking about real history, you can actually see it was indentured servants going through this. When you actually look back at people that they were saying were slaves, and when you actually go investigate their history, their story, you end up finding out they were indented or bound to somebody. They were an indentured servant. They weren't really slaves in the sense of the word. That's what we think of today. All right, so that's the reason you'll find records of people and all this history of them being, you know, punished brutally, in some cases literally worked to death, you know, alongside the so-called blacks, right? But that's the hijack. Again, it's not just pale-skinned people. These are so-called black Europeans too. We're going to get to a little part later on. It's going to show you again, remind you, I've done the Swarthy Europe videos. If you're new to this, go ahead and go check those 3 videos out, those 3 parts. I can do like more parts. There's so much history of melanated people in Europe. I'm not the only one that's shown this. So you think all those people ended up in Africa? Where are they today? What happened to all those people that was ruling? What happened to the descendants? It was numerous. We've shown the anthropological books of Europe in those same videos, right to Europe. We're talking about the indigenous inhabitants of Ireland, Scotland, Germany, the Danes, the Huns, all these people. They were dark complexion, all right? Oh, wait, you guys haven't seen Cheddar Man? You guys haven't seen Cheddar Man? All right, I'm going to show you guys something later on, all right? Let's keep going. Remember, when we're talking about, I know it might sound like this is not the same as slavery. This might be a little boring to somebody, but this is history right here. And this might be what your ancestors went through.
All right, whites running away, getting hanged, you know, getting whipped, lashes, all that. Eventually, a racial wedge was thrust between white and black. Something happened, leaving blacks officially enslaved and whites apparently upgraded, but in reality, just as enslaved as they were before. You understand what happened? Eventually, there was a racial wedge, and what happened? It left the aboriginals, your ancestors, officially enslaved, and whites apparently upgraded. The whites actually upgraded. They became what? American citizens living the American dream. You get it? It became a race thing. So they were getting their contracts met. They were being freed. They were building these neighborhoods, these suburbs, these towns. They were becoming wealthy because they were becoming owners of indentured service too. So, you know, their whole life was changing for the better a little bit in most cases. Among the first to be sent were children. Some were dispatched by impoverished parents seeking a better life for them, but others were forcibly deported. In 1618, the authorities in London began to sweep up hundreds of troublesome urchins from the slums and, ignoring protests from the children and their families, shipped them to Virginia. England's richest man was behind this mass expulsion. It was presented as an act of charity. The starving children were to be given a new start as apprentices in America. In fact, they were sold to planters to work in the fields, and half of them were dead within a year. Shipments of children continued from England and then from Ireland for decades. Many of these migrants were little more than toddlers. In 1661, the wife of a man who imported 4 Irish boys into Maryland as servants wondered why her husband had not brought some cradles to have rocked them in, as they were so little. A second group of forced migrants from the mother country were those such as vagrants and petty criminals, all right? They were sending mad criminals over here, whom England's rulers wished to get rid of. The legal ground was prepared for their relocation by a highwayman turned Lord Chief Justice who argued for England's gauls to be emptied in America. Thanks to men like him, 50,000 to 70,000 convicts, all right, or maybe more, were transported to Virginia, Maryland, Barbados, and England's other American possessions before 1776, all right, before 1776. All manner of others considered undesirable by the British Crown were also dispatched across the Atlantic to be sold in servitude. They ranged from beggars to prostitutes, Quakers to Cavaliers. All right, all the people, anybody they didn't want over there, undesirable. And you know that they were racist against so-called Negro, England or Britons. So they were sending them too. They were undesirable. So a lot of you people got, you know, whatever, English, Irish, you know, in your family's census, and you go back to English people, they might have been actually so-called black people, not white people. These were black indentured Europeans, all right?
Races. And there were still people profiting from white bondage. What did end with the beginning of the American Revolutionary War against the British Crown was transportation, which is a technical term used by the British for bringing so-called white criminals from Britain and dumping them in the United States. Benjamin Franklin greatly protested that, and that was in fact one of the colonists' grievances. However, I believe that it was also an alibi because the Waltham Black Act of 1723 had criminalized a great number of petty misdemeanors and made them capital offenses. In other words, Britain was teeming with a white population of poor people that it couldn't handle, and it needed to get them off the island. So by criminalizing these petty offenses, you were then able to say, we sentence you to death. However, as for stealing a teaspoon, or a loaf of bread, or cutting down trees on an aristocrat's grounds, or poaching a deer. However, as a mercy of the British Crown, we will transport you for life into slavery in the British Crown colony of America. When the American Revolution erupted, the British Crown then had to switch their dumping ground from America to Australia, and that's how Australia was founded.
All right, so before we continue, I just wanted to, I know it was really quick. He mentioned that Benjamin Franklin was complaining about this, how they were just bringing all these Germans and Europeans and all that. I don't know if you guys remember, right? Benjamin Franklin was actually saying these were swarthy. Why are we going to Germanize America with more German, swarthy Germans, with these Boers? He called them Boers. And he said the Scottish, the Spanish, all these people were swarthy. He said America was swarthy as well. He said all of Asia was swarthy. All right, so he just mentioned them. And yes, he did do that. You can look that up. From my past videos, we might show it a little bit later. I will show it to you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. Again, we're just learning about a true middle passage here. We just learned about the true middle passage here. Let's continue.
The book White Servitude in Colonial America, an Economic Analysis. All right, so this is introduction part 1. Wherever slavery ultimately developed, indentured servitude had earlier been in use. All right, to British colonial planters in the early 17th century, the indentured system offered the most accessible supply of bound labor. In those colonies in which abundant land and the availability of a profitable staple crop made the demand for labor grow rapidly, there was a high demand for servants. As a result, for many regions, it became true that, as John Corey reported from Virginia in 1619, our principal wealth consisted in servants. All the way in 1619, right? That was their wealth. What was their wealth? The labor the servants were providing these people, free labor. Quantitatively indentured servants played a major role in early British migration to the New World, all right? Although their total numbers are not subject to precise estimation, an indication of their significance is given by Abbott Emerson Smith's judgment that between half and 2/3 of all white immigrants to the American colonies after the 1630s came under indenture, or Wesley Franks Craven's estimate that 75% or more of the Virginia settlers in the 17th century were servants. All right, this is an uncomfortable truth, an untold story, untold history.
Indeed, not a single English or American sailor or traveler captured at sea by North African pirates between 1600 and 1775 described himself or herself as a white slave, or even as white, in over 36 published memoirs.
Nobody was calling themselves white back then. Right? Again, nobody was calling themselves white back then. So when they're saying white servitude in these modern day takes on it, starts to hijack, they mean Europeans.
Instead, they describe themselves as Christian captives, as Christian slaves, and infrequently as English slaves. To be a white slave was to be a Muslim, and if born in Europe, to be someone who had converted to Islam.
What did he just say? Hold up. Let's go back. Oh, man, I went too far.
Their capacity to be bought and slaves, and infrequently as English slaves.
Oh, my gosh. What did he just say?
To be a white slave or a white servant in North America, a trafficked subject.
An indication of their significance is given by Abbott Emerson Smith's judgment that between half and 2/3 of all white.
I'm going to get that back. I'm sorry. I can't control this that good, this software. Oops.
Himself or herself as a white slave, or even as white, in over 36 published memoirs. Instead, they describe themselves as Christian captives, as Christian slaves, and infrequently as English slaves. To be a white slave was to be a Muslim.
To be a white slave was to be a Muslim. Again, to be a white slave was to be a Muslim. I didn't say it.
And if born in Europe, to be someone who had converted to Islam, a so-called renegade. To be a white slave was to be a Muslim. And if born in Europe, to be someone who had converted to Islam. To be a white slave or a white servant in North America in the 1680s was likewise to be understood as a trafficked subject.
A trafficked subject. A trafficked subject. It to be understood as a trafficked subject, a white person. It wasn't about complexion. Any questions?
To be a white slave or a white servant in North America in the 1680s was likewise to be understood as a trafficked subject, a migrant whose whiteness marked his or her fungibility, their capacity to be bought and sold, rather than their rights as a political subject.
You hear that?
A white racial grammar emerged conspicuously in the 1680s in reference to one group, indentured servants. They're the only people described as white. Especially those transported to the New World as felons. The traffic in transported convicts grew sharply in the 1680s, the same decade that witnessed a dramatic expansion in the importation of African slaves to North American plantations in the wake of Bacon's Rebellion. In contrast to Christian servants, the term formerly used to describe all imported indentures, white servants possessed uncertain loyalties, if you read all of the correspondence. Here, I'll give you an example. The deputy governor of Barbados characteristically described them in 1685 thusly: "We have been obliged to discharge our hired servants, who are a great safety to the island, since they formed most part of the militia, and they also curbed our Negroes and white servants, being the sweepings of jails." The striking distinction between drawn here is not between Negroes and white servants, but between unfree laborers who are raced and servants and others who are unraced. Initially, then, the grammar of white skin and whiteness did not articulate privileges, I'm arguing, but status as a trafficked and potentially dangerous subject for colonial authority.
It indicated status. It did not indicate skin complexion, and specifically who? A trafficked subject. White.
You hear that?
One of the most persistent and terrifying rumors for Barbadian leaders during the late 17th century was an alliance between indentured servants and African slaves. Many of those indentures, I should say, are Irishmen. A threat typically expressed with racial rather than religious signifiers. The language used to describe servant resistance, whether running away, teaming up with African slaves, or speaking instantly to a master, in fact shifted with the emergence of white racial grammar. In the 1670s, before indentured servants were described as white, they were all Christian servants. 8 of 9 descriptions of servant resistance describe them as Christian servants. In the 1680s, by contrast, every description of servant resistance in the colonial state papers mentioned white servants, while none mentioned Christian servants. So what happens is when white grammar emerges, 2 things happen. It's used to describe the most troubled servants, the malefactors, the convicts. It's used to describe their commodification. It's used to describe their rebelliousness. While the language of Christian servanthood shifts. It becomes a language of humanitarian reform, of an effort to kind of ameliorate the conditions of indentured servants. Christian servants had rights, white servants were fungible. So this is not what I expected. Not at all what I expected.
This is not what I expected. Oh, man. You know how many people are going to say that? You know how many people are saying that right now? You know how many times I said it? Hey, man, I know, man. Keep telling us, man. What's his name? Gunter Peck? Come on, Mr. Peck. Keep telling us, man. Tell us the truth.
The argument being that white racial grammar was not born white supremacist. It became that way. So then the question becomes how and why. what led to that evolution and the creation of an ideology of white victimhood and white power.
All right, you gotta understand what he was saying there is really deep. All right, earlier he was saying the abolitionist movement and all that. Again, the Revolutionary War, this whole abolitionist movement, and all these abolitionists during that time. Now he's talking about white supremacy. How did all that start? And I'm gonna do future videos about this. That's why I want to teach you guys this stuff, or at least not me teach you, but make you aware of this information, so you can think about it, so you can understand. When I do those videos, you can, the evolution of everything. How did people become white supremacists? What is the American Revolution about? What is the Civil War really about, if it's not about black and white? All right, so we're getting there. It's a whole deep understanding, right? Overstanding. I love it, man. I love this journey. I love learning. I hope you guys enjoy this with me. I love it right now. I'm loving it right now, man. I got much love for you guys right now. This moment is great. I love this, teaching this and sharing this information, so we're going to continue again. We're just going to keep getting more sources. We're just going to keep getting more and more scholarly as we go, okay?
So we continue in the book White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies by James Curtis Bala. All right, 1895, I believe it was written. And we're still in chapter 2. This is page 38. And it says here, another important source of involuntary servitude was found in the practice of spiriting. All right, now remember, they actually changed the word kidnapping and called it spiriting. There was kidnapping people, that's what this meant, which grew up in the reign of Charles I and continued throughout the Commonwealth period in the reign of Charles II. It was an organized system of kidnapping persons, young and old, usually of the laboring classes, and transporting them to the plantations to be sold for the benefit of the kidnapper or shipmaster to whom they were assigned. They were kidnapping people from England in the streets, children, old people, anybody. They were kidnapping them. Taking them by force, putting them on ships, right? What does this sound like? They told us they were grabbing Africans by force and bringing them over here, but they were actually grabbing undesirable felons and convicts, vagrants, beggars from England and dumping them by force in the plantations of America, all right? It became widely extended in England, but Bristol and London were the centers of the traffic. Throughout London and the parishes of Middlesex County, its agents called spirits were distributed, men and women, yeomen, tradesmen, doctors, and a class of rogues and idlers who earned a livelihood by this means. Even doctors, anybody got into it, women. It was good business, kidnapping people. The ladies of the court and even the mayor of Bristol were not beneath the suspicion of profiting by this lucrative business. Even the mayor was involved. All manners of pretenses were used to decoy the victims aboard ships lying in the Thames or the places where they could be assaulted and forcibly conveyed on board to be disposed of to the ship's company or to the merchants. They would trick people into the ships, is what they're telling, all kinds of things to get them on. All right. The practice first arose in connection with the West India plantations. Barbados and other island plantations probably received a much greater number than the American colonies. So a lot of these kidnapped people ended up in Barbados and other plantations of the West Indies.
Now, why is this not being known more widely in America? Why is this being swept under the rug?
We have a gigantic industry in the United States and in the West which is determined to limit black people to a slave mentality, to tell them you've been slaves, and the only way you're ever going to get out of that is to rely on the slave mentality of the socialistic welfare democratic system, which is going to subsidize your manumission ever further. Well, as we know, no one ever gets out of his own bondage by someone else doing it for you. It's by your own work that you bring yourself out of bondage, because certainly white slaves were the ones who freed themselves.
Because undoubtedly many of the working class whites, the descendants of working class whites in America, are therefore descendants of white slavery.
Absolutely, and especially in Appalachia, where you had the phenomenon of the so-called border Southern whites, the whites who peopled West Virginia, Tennessee, and Kentucky. People like Andrew Johnson, who became a president of the United States. He was vice president under Lincoln. Andrew Johnson had been an indentured servant. He was an apprentice tailor. He was treated brutally. He ran away. I don't consider him a white slave in the technical sense, because by that period in America's history, it had moved into, as a mass phenomenon, into something that was more a temporary bondage. However, nevertheless, you did have the fact that a reward was posted for him. For a president of the United States, as a young man, a reward was posted, a wanted poster was issued, and he had to flee the state of Tennessee. That there has been a terrible distortion of history, and really an indictment of our historians for allowing this absurdity to hold forth, that there has been one race that has been enslaved more than the others. That may be the modern sense since 1840. It is certainly not the sense of the entire corpus of world history. In fact, the opposite has held true. Whites have been enslaved to the same extent or
so
more.
I hope you heard this guy right here. Whether you want to be just looking at his skin or not, he's letting you know straight up. You don't be under that slave mentality. Don't be under that slave mentality. You didn't just all come from slaves, and you didn't start from slaves. And even these people who are indentured servants, they're not just slaves. Again, they had to do that contract. They had to wait. They had to make their way over here. A lot of them were by force. They got kidnapped and all that. We're hearing. All right. So, I'm just saying that I had an experience the other day with somebody's aunt who doesn't really watch me. She had a whole Pan-African perspective, and I was doing their genealogy, and she's the family historian. And, she said, I did the genealogy. We go back to this slave and the master tell fair and everything and all that. And we got the slave ships of South Carolina, the records. And I was like, really, can you show me those records? Because there was no actual slave ships that came directly, even in mainstream history that they teach us, that came directly from Africa into the North America, USA. Actually, according to what they say, they all went to the Caribbean. So they didn't even come straight. So anybody telling you a ship came straight from Africa into the USA, that's a lie. And tell them to show you the records. Tell them to show you the ship manifest. All right, we got the ship manifest for these indentured servants. We got real records for these indentured servants. All the timelines, all the years. It's all been recorded. This was a company. This was a venture. Right? Virginia company, right? Plymouth company. It's all business. They don't take risk. Right? So break out of that mentality, because when I got to her genealogy, the supposed slave, guess what? The supposed slave master was the guy's mom. The Telfairs were Huguenots, French Huguenots, Protestant people. All right? We already know who they are. So, you can don't stay on that slave mentality. I know most of you guys have been following me for a while. You guys already broke. Most of you never even believed in that. I know that. I'm just letting the new people know here what we're talking about, and just be careful. Just putting yourself under that stigma. It's deeper than that. Just go.
Michael.
And the mid-18th century is a moment when the penny press has generating a whole spate of new narratives that are emerging, very often published by anyone who could afford a printing press, and which was not insubstantial, but there were a variety of new narratives entering the popular libraries. And Peter Williamson, his story is remarkable. He was kidnapped as a young boy, sent into slavery, as he described it, as an indentured servant, a very long apprentice contract, 10 years of an indentured servitude in Pennsylvania, at the end of which he was then drafted into the local militia when he fought in the French and Indian War, and was then captured by Delaware Indians and became a captive again, a second captive. And he finally escapes from the Delaware Indian and then returns to Great Britain, where he then publishes his memoir called French and Indian Cruelty. And in it, he embraces some of these new ideas that are emerging about a white identity that really are more than a language of traffic, but also a language of romance and a language and an ideology of victimhood, and some of the things that we've already discussed that are more familiar. At the heart of his story is the white damsel. that he comes upon when he himself is a captive. And he finds her tied to a tree, and the Delaware Indians are about to kill her. And he, along with his other fellow captives, find a way to rescue her. And she's actually rescued by a British soldier, a British officer, and then there's that kind of redemption of sorts. And it's an imperial context, certainly. The other way in which his, I guess I would describe Williamson's whiteness is on display is here, in this image, in which he sold his book in the garb of a Delaware Indian. And so it wasn't enough just to have a really interesting story that linked different kinds of captivity in colonial America, but in fact, he would go to book fairs, these small little marketplaces around his native town of Aberdeen, and would say French and Indian cruelty, and he pretended to be a Delaware Indian. And here he is dressed as one, and he's got his tomahawk, his scalping knife, his shot bag, his bag of wampum, his powder horn, his Indian canoe. Well, that's in the image, he didn't carry that with him, and then a war dance. And so he would
I'm so sorry. I was talking. Thanks for letting me know. Thought, I do it all the time. I hate when I do that. So what I was asking, I was talking and saying some good points. I felt proud of myself and like, oh man, I got to repeat myself. So what I was trying to say is, how does a so-called supposedly white man who was an indentured servant, how does he go and run away and blend in and hide amongst the Indians? How can he just hide and look like an Indian, right? To all my Indians in the house, right? We're in Indian country right now, right? Mostly, right? So how does a white man blend in with Indians? How does a white man blend in with Indians? Can you guys hear me right now? Can we get a one? All right, I think I muted already. Let me know if you can hear me. Can I get a one? All right, can I get a one now? All right, I don't want to just continue. Okay, one. If you hear me, can I get a one if you hear me? Okay, thank you. I just didn't want to continue. So what I'm trying to set a point here, and I'm going to go right back to the presentation, but think about it. How does a so-called white person, right? He's supposed to be a white because he's white servant, right? Supposed to be a white indentured servant, right? How does he go and blend in with Indians, right? Copper-colored tribes of America. Copper-colored tribes of America. You an Indian, right? How does he blend like you? How can the white man, even if he put on a wig and everything, how would he look like you? Right? So just like in scripture, how Joseph, right, he was hiding amongst the Egyptians and they couldn't recognize him, his own brothers. Oh, what did that tell you? That they were the same complexion, right? So how can a white man hide amongst Indians, the copper-colored tribes of America? I think about that because he's not so-called white. Remember what white man, trafficked person.
Perform being Indian. He would perform his capacity to appropriate Indian culture, playing Indian. He was not the first British subject to do this. This kind of love affair with the exotic subject in the empire was not new. What is unique is that he's the first traffic subject himself to do that and to use that as a way of gaining an audience. If you've read the work of David Rodiger, whose work remains foundational to the field of U.S. labor history, it is blackface minstrelsy. It is the institution in which white workers would become white and become white supremacists in the early national period. You have here, in effect, an earlier prototype for that, which is him playing Indian, a trafficked servant doing this work. Indeed, the formation of working classes was closely bound up with a mixture of radical anti-slavery sentiment on the one hand and newly embraced white victimhood. That mixture of whiteness and radical anti-slavery did not preclude the formation of working class consciousness, but rather comprised the cultural and intellectual fabric from which it emerged. White slavery, so-called, was at the formative moment. It was the discourse in which classes emerged in Great Britain and the United States. That trope did not preclude working class support for black abolitionism, but frequently, in fact, advanced a broader abolition of all slaveries, black as well as white.
Continuing the book, White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of system of indentured labor in the American colonies. It says here in chapter 2 still, page 40, it says the servants in Virginia were usually English, Scotch, or Irish, but there were also a few Dutch, French, Portuguese, and Polish. They were usually transported persons, but residents in the colony also sold themselves into servitude for various reasons. All right, colonists sold themselves into servitude. Well, why didn't they just go get Africans if it was so easy? The demand for servants before the rise of slavery was always very great in the American colonies and was further enhanced by that of the island plantations. It was the impossibility of supplying this by the regular means that furnished the justification professed in the English penal statutes and gave encouragement to the illicit practice of spiriting, kidnapping. In the early years before these means were resorted to, dealing in servants had become a very profitable business. The London merchants were not slow to see the advantage of such a trade. A servant might be transported at a cost of from 6 to 8 pounds and sold for 40 pounds or 60 pounds, and a systematic speculation in servants was begun both in England and in Virginia.
All right. This is a pop quiz. You guys been following me, who's been paying attention. What is a merchant? Who were the merchants? Can anybody tell me who were the merchants? And they're saying that they were selling themselves to these merchants, bounding themselves to these merchants. We're gonna show who these merchants were. I've already shown who the merchants are. Right? I've already shown who the merchants are before. Yes. Who's the port Jews? Who's the Sephardic Jews? Who's the Moriscos? Who's the crypto Jews? Who's the real pirates? Who's the mariners? Who's the real captains of ships? Who's the merchants? Who's running stuff in the Atlantic as merchants? Remember, these were Sephardic Jews and Moors, Muslim Moors, people of color. Yeah, Dutch, so-called Dutch. Yes, so-called Dutch. Yeah, you know who's the Black Dutch. Huguenots. You already know. You guys are on point. Let's go.
Regular agencies were established and servants might be had by anyone who wished to import them at a day's warning. Others were consigned to merchants in Virginia or sent with shiploads of goods on a venture. The demand continued unabated until near the last quarter of the 17th century. The numbers were so considerable in 1651 that the commissioner of the Commonwealth, who were sent to demand the submission of Virginia, were authorized in case of resistance to levy the servants for reducing the colony. From this time to the beginning of the decline of the system, the yearly importations were very large. The number imported from 1664 to 1671 averaging 1,500 a year.
So one of the things I also discovered in the research is that white slavery is the political content of whiteness was remarkably divided, and that there was a kind of fight over its political meaning. That is important for recognizing a kind of fault line in contemporary white supremacy. This was not simply an assertion or a naturalized understanding that all white people share something. It had a particular political target in mind, the way it was being used by trafficked subjects. That said, the ways in which whiteness became legitimated as a broader cross-class identity at this moment in time, a political project that was uncertain, fighting abolitionism, as well as supporting it, critiquing imperial policy, as well as supporting other ones.
All right, and that was the book Free Negro Heads of Families in the United States in 1830, together with a brief treatment of the Free Negro by Carter G. Woodson. I remember we were reading this, right? I wanted to continue where we left off earlier and that was right here in this paragraph that says, some of the Negroes early reported as slaves, however, never had such a status. All right, some of these Negroes never were slaves. Let what he know. At least a few of the first Negroes brought to this country were indentured servants. We already know that the first so-called Negroes were indentured servants, just like the white indentured servants. There was no thing of slavery. There was no statute laws, nothing like that to declare slavery legal. All right, like white persons. All right, now again, we already got the whites. Right, we went through all those books. All right, we could have kept going and reading. It's history. I didn't want to keep reading the same thing over and over. All right, there's a point of what I'm trying to make here. Again, the first Negroes brought to this country were indentured servants, like white persons of this class imported here during the beginnings of the colonies. J.H. Russell expresses this opinion in his Free Negro in Virginia. Such Negroes, like the white indentured servants, just like the white indentured servants, became free at the expiration of their term of service, took up land, and in some cases became employers of indentured servants and slaveholders themselves. And that was the case of Anthony Johnson, right? We read his case with Open Mija's channel. We read it. And he actually got his freedom and eventually had mad acres and eventually had his own slaves, which he had to go to court with because his slave wanted to be free because dude wasn't keeping up his contract. You see how evil he became? Just because he went through it, he did it to somebody else, and he was a Negro. So all skin folk ain't your kinfolk is what I'm trying to show you here. It's not just a black and white thing. All right? It is highly probable that one of the 20 Negroes brought to Jamestown in 1619 became a slaveholder. Okay, he became Anthony Johnson. Damn. First Negro, first free Negro, so supposedly, right? First free from indentured servitude. You already here. You've been free.
So how many times do they tell you that? How many times do they tell you that these so-called 20-odd Negroes that came into Virginia in 1619, how many times did they tell you that these were not just slaves? These weren't actual slaves. They were actual indentured servants who had a contract, who were going to be freed after a certain term of years and get paid. How many times did they tell you that? And how many times did they tell you that they actually ended up owning land and becoming the actual Johnsons of Isle of Wight in Virginia? Anthony Johnson, that's where he moved with his wife, and they had slaves of their own. First real slave owner who went to court and made somebody become bonded onto him for life. That was actually the very first ruling of somebody being put in chattel for life or under servitude. That was a more on more. All right, if you want to say it that way, or black on black, so-called, right?
That wasn't the first free Negro. He was just the first one to complete his indentured servitude in this country as a Negro. Get it? All right, and he became a slaveholder. This Negro became a slaveholder. The higher status of the free Negro is well attested by the fact that although the colonies had special enactments protecting slave property and providing special codes and tribunals for this element of the population, they at the same time recognized free persons of color. So this is the other book they were mentioning in the book we were just reading. So it's called Free Negro Owners of Slaves in the United States in 1830, together with Absentee Ownership of Slaves in the United States in 1830. So in the foreword of this book, right in the beginning, it tries to explain why this book was developed. And it says here, it developed rather as by a byproduct in compiling the statistics for the much larger report on free Negro head of families in the United States in 1830. This is the book we just read. The investigators found so many cases of Negroes owning slaves that it was decided to take special notice of this phase of the history of the free Negro. It was so important. The report on the absentee ownership of slaves in the United States in 1830 attached hereto developed in a similar way. The investigators were impressed also with the frequent occurrence of such wide separation of the master from the slave. In noting the cases of free Negro ownership, it was a simple matter then to record also the cases of absentee ownership, and it was done accordingly. So we're in the introduction of this book now, and it says the aim of this report on the free Negro is to facilitate the further study of this neglected group. This is history they never told us, all right? Most of these people have been forgotten. For persons supposedly well informed in history, right? Your teacher thinks she's informed, your history teacher, and she never tells you about this, right? So for a person like your teacher, your history teacher, who's supposed to be well informed in history, they are surprised to learn today that about 500,000, almost 1/7 of the Negroes of this country were free prior to the emancipation in 1865. 500,000. 500,000. This is what they could enumerate. It was way more than that, but 500,000 were already free before the emancipation of 1865. It is hardly believed that a considerable number of Negroes were owners of slaves themselves, and in some cases controlled large plantations. All right, large plantations. Your ancestor comes out as a farmer, right? When you're looking at the census records, a lot of them are farmers. They had their own land. They were never slaves. They probably, most likely, had their own indentured servants or slaves. And a lot of those were probably white. It was flipped. The role was flipped. This ain't no Kunta Kinte fiction or root story. You get what I'm saying? Some cases controlled large plantations. Large. The master was a Negro too. Get it? There were several reasons for selecting the census of 1830 in the first place. The earlier reports do not give as much information as the census of 1830. At that time, moreover, the free Negroes had about reached their highest mark as a distinct class. The reaction which set in earlier in the century restricted their freedom and in many cases expelled them from the South. This census then evidently reports the names of a larger number of representative free Negroes than any other census prior to their debasement. And so the tables begin, right? So it begins with Alabama too. So this is just an example. I'm not going to go over everything, but it says here Clark County. It says James Maggs. How many slaves did he have? 1, total 2. All right. Harris, PT, he had 24, 25 in his age, right? I don't know what this is. All right, so these are more names. All right, so these are the names. Mobile County. These are, so-called Negroes right here that owned slaves. All right. It was a thing. Everybody had an indentured servant. Now, when we say slaves, they're not telling us color, right? They're not telling us black slave or white slave, right? Negro slave. It's anybody they could afford and purchase. And remember that white Europeans were cheaper. These convicts were cheaper. All right? Even John Moore over here had slaves. John Moore. Moore, 2. 5 in total. All right? Is your family in here? They were slave owners. It wasn't just white people. All right? District of Columbia. All right, you see? This is real history, people. Real history. It wasn't just white people owning slaves. And a lot of these so-called black people had white slaves. The role was flipped. It was flipped. The story was told to you as a myth. There's a real story here. Get it? These are black people. Moses Turner, 10. Betsy Perry, 26. All right, Illinois, look at this. Keeps going. All right, great book.
But there was finally a law passed. If you look at Henning's history of the statutes of Virginia, they actually had to pass a law saying that no black or Indian shall hold a Christian in bondage. Well, Christian was a euphemism for white person. So that's one of the pieces of evidence that we know. Because, they came to be very ashamed and embarrassed. The record of white enslavement is not something that they wanted to broadcast to the world. It was something that existed in a kind of an anomalous and ambiguous fashion, and one has to hunt these things out. Now, I'm not saying that it's something that was in code, but if we see a law that says no Indian or black shall hold Christians in bondage, we have to understand that these were people who were very reluctant to pass a great deal of laws. The people at that time felt, those who were religiously inclined, felt that the 10 Commandments were plenty of laws. If they passed a law, you can be sure that it was because there was a need for it. Mm-hmm. And certain fortunate whites, as well as fortunate blacks, because there were also free blacks who owned whites, free blacks who owned blacks, and blacks who were involved in an indentured system that was very humane and legitimate that I'm outlining here.
Now, how about this thing that there were free blacks that had white slaves?
Oh, yes. The early 17th century experience in America was one of, you would say, Reagan capitalism really prevailed in the 17th century in America. It was pretty much a capitalist domain, and it was an unregulated domain. And the idea that there was an ideology of white supremacy, which always protected poor white people and always gave them a higher station or status than blacks, is a tissue of falsehood. Because if you study the status of white slaves in Great Britain prior to the colonization and peopling of North America, you find that they were synonymous with a type of subhuman. That was the ideology of the ruling class in Great Britain. Now, that ideology didn't suddenly stop as soon as they confronted the experience of colonization in America. It was carried over. So there was a sense among the British aristocracy, who were now the governors of the crown colonies in British America, that if blacks were holding some individual whites in slavery or bondage, well, what the heck? These were, after all, poor whites, and this was their natural state. To the credit, I certainly don't wish to indict all wealthy whites. I'm not engaged in the class warfare here. I come from a family that had a fairly affluent background, so I don't have any axe to grind. It's just that this is what the facts, the documentary record, the empirical facts speak, and I must therefore be the vessel of their articulation.
I had a special guest.
All right. So we're gonna get into somebody's ancestor that came in as an indentured servant, convict slash, whatever, and he's, so-called white guy, very good friend of mine in the news. But before that, I just want to go ahead and share something real quick because I think we're at the point where it's getting hot, juicy. All right. So this is a future video I'm gonna do about the black populations of England. This is one of them. One of the major cities that had a black, so-called black population was Bristol, along with Liverpool. In history, they'll tell you the same hijack. Oh, these were Africans, and since the African slave trade, but there was actually so-called black people there before slave trade started, before, colonial times. All right. There was a major so-called black population in Bristol. All right. So a lot of people always ask me, Kurima, how come you always showing Mongols, and how come you always showing people with straight hair and stuff? And I'm like, well, I can show you. If you don't like it, I can show you Europeans who came with the hair you like. This is one of them right here. So, again, and I'm doing this to be like what you say, an asshole or anything like that. I like being real with people. I like being really real with people. All right. The black population of Bristol in the 18th century, Bristol branch of the Historical Association of the University of Bristol. So that's your own hijack. So when they're saying, because we read earlier in that book from Virginia, how Bristol was one of the major trafficking sources for these spirited people, for these merchant stealing people, for these indentured servants, for these undesirables getting sent to the Caribbean and the colonies and the plantations. So what are you talking about? What Bristol? What person of Bristol? Oh, you think it's just white? You think it's just white people they were sending? You think it's just white indentured and it's not the same? And you think it's just it wasn't the overall? It's not like that, man. This is real history. Now let me show you something real quick. I bought a book, great book. I had to get it. As soon as I found it, I had to get it. It was not available anywhere in the internet, or like you couldn't read it. You had to buy it. I had to buy it. All right. What's the name of this book? It's called the Bristol Registers. It says servants sent to foreign plantations, 1654 to 1686, by Peter Wilson Coldhand. The Bristol Registers. All right. The Bristol Registers. And they got permission from the Bristol Historical Society. This is a very scholarly register they copied. I just want to read. So remember, all right, what they're going to talk about here. What are they saying? About people they're sending from Bristol, England. Bristol, England. Again, the black population of Bristol in the 18th century. And this is after the 1600s. So imagine this is so, all right, black population of Bristol. So is everybody coming from Bristol, so-called white person? All right, let me just read this real quick. So this is basically the same thing we're talking about today. It all fits together. It all comes to correlate if you go with real history. It says here, on 29th of September 1654, the Council of the City of Bristol enacted an ordinance requiring that a system of enrollment be set up to record the names of all indentured servants embarking from the port of Bristol for service overseas. On the very next day, the first entry was penned in what was to become the register known as Servants to Foreign Plantations. The need for scrupulous tally arose from the long-standing and notorious practice of kidnapping, inveigling and bribing youngsters onto ships bound for the labor-hungry colonies, right? There to be sold at good profit, sold like cattle. Nor was the practice without weighty precedent, for as early as 1619, the state had connived at the rounding up of vagrant children in London in their forcible shipment to Virginia. But when private enterprise adopted similar measures, the state took exception and prosecuted those responsible. Nevertheless, forcible shipments of servants, indentured or not, continued apace. An order of Parliament of 9th May 1645 required of officers and justices to exercise diligence in apprehending those responsible for the kidnapping and shipping of children, and the city fathers of Bristol may perhaps be considered negligent in having allowed 9 years to pass before regulating these matters. So they let 9 years go by. People were just getting kidnapped, sent. They were doing whatever they want. They grabbed whoever they wanted. In 1654, ordinance acknowledged that many complaints of kidnapping had been made, and to prevent such mischief, ordained that all boys, maids, and other persons which for the future shall be transported beyond the seas as servants shall before their going a shipboard have their covenants or indentures of service and apprenticeship enrolled in the Tulsi council books. All right, they recorded this stuff. The enrollments were bound in leather covers to form 2 volumes. The first ended on 24th of March 1662, and the second started on March 26, 1663, and ended on 26th of August 1679. Throughout that period of 25 years, the entries appeared to be completed with the possible exception of 1673, when the middle months of the year seemed unnaturally thin. From 1679 to 1686, and with the exception of the years 1681 and 1683, exclusive for which only 2 entries survive, details of some and possibly all indentured servants destined for overseas were written into rough book with the title Actions and Apprentices. Some of the entries duplicate and overlap in the date, those to be found in the registers. And the very untidy and scribbled notes suggest the contents may not be comprehensive. This decline from the previously high standard set by Bristol has an interesting sequel. Judge Jeffrey's bloody assizes took him in 1685 to Bristol, where he condemned many hundreds involved in Monmouth's rebellion to be transported from that port to Barbados, all right, Jacobites. On the same occasion, he took the opportunity of castigating local merchants and magistrates, Sephardic Jews and Moors, for their evil practices. A contemporary wrote, there have been a usage among the aldermen and justices of the city where all persons, even common shopkeepers, more or less trade to the American plantations to carry over criminals and to sell them. It says here we're going to continue, for money. It's all about money, right? This was found to be a good trade, but not being content to take such felons as were convicts as their assizes and sessions, which produced but a few, they found out a shorter way which yielded a greater plenty of the commodity. What small rogues and pilferers were taken and brought before the court were put under terror by being hanged, and some of the diligent officers attended instructed them to pray transportation as the only way to save them. And for the most part, they did so. So it was either get hung, die, or go work in a plantation. What would you choose? Then no more was done, but the next aldermen in course took one and another as their turns came, sometimes quarreling whose the last was, and sent them over to America and sold them. Jeffrey formed the opinion that all the justices and aldermen, including the mayor of Bristol, were tainted by this practice. Again, we read this earlier. Even the mayor of Bristol, everybody in Bristol was making money off this, selling people to the merchants, getting rid of the undesirables, trafficking people. When he discovered that a boy from one of the city's prisons had been illegally transported, he summoned Sir William Hayman, the then mayor, to the bar, accused him of complicity in the crime, fined him 1,000 pounds, and bound him and 3 others over to appear before the king's bench on further charges of kidnapping the king's subjects or servitude overseas. But runs the account, the prosecution depended until the revolution of 1688, which made an amnesty, and the fright only, which was no small one, was all the punishment these juridical kidnappers underwent, and the gains acquired by so wicked a trade rested peacefully in their pockets, all right, in their fat pockets. A total of just over 10,000 immigrants recorded in this book. All but a small handful were laborers, right? 10,000 people right here. And I guarantee, I don't know if anybody listening right now, but I guarantee somebody eventually listening to this, this is some of their ancestors out of those 10,000 immigrants recorded in this book. All but a small handful were laborers, husbandmen, and tradesmen, most from the West Country, the West Midlands, and Wales, but with fair sprinkling of intended immigrants from much further afield, including London, Cambridge, Lancashire, Scotland, Ireland, France, and even from the American colonies themselves, even from American colonies. Wait, hold up. Did you guys just understand what they just said right there? There was already Americans over there that you were transporting back to America. Oh, let's not forget, right, who the Spanish and Portuguese and the English were first enslaving when they got here, and what they were doing with them, right? They were sending them over to Europe and Africa. So now they got them back. Now they're bringing them back. Like, oh man, let's just bring them back. We make more money. Let's make money double off them. So even American colonies themselves, even from the American colonies, they were there already in Bristol, being sent back. So who's these Americans if they're not Europeans? Indians, right? Indians. While many undoubtedly arrived in Bristol having already indentured themselves to overseas service, there is good reason to suppose that a great number came there speculatively in order to seek a considerate master to sign them up on the spot. Some people would just really wanted to come. They volunteered. You gotta understand, you get a freedom, dude. You might get 50 acres after you do your 7 years, or even more. It depends on what contract you do, how you bound yourself. If you're one of those lucky that get to choose, that get to volunteer. All right, we get some idea of what terms of good indenture provided from certain of the earliest entries in the registers. A 5 or 7 year agreement would typically promise the servant at the end of his or her service a house and axe, a year's provision, and double apparel, and sometimes a few acres of land. Sometimes what? A few acres of land. This, of course, was in addition to the provisions of free passage. But it should not be assumed that all servants received such a generous treatment, nor indeed that all went voluntarily on shipboard. All right, let's not forget, a lot of these people were being forced as convicts, as prisoners of war, or undesirables, rebels, anything, and they will force them. They will pack them like sardines in these chips. We're gonna read this, all right? So they didn't all get a good treatment. From surviving notes, it is clear that errant children could be packed off to the colonies by their parents or guardians, and there is further evidence. See the entry from July 20, 1659, that passengers could be forcibly detained on board ship. The amount of detail recorded against each name in the registers varied. At the beginning, it was plainly the intention to identify the place of origin of each servant, but the practice probably became tiresome as the numbers increased. And by 1661, as the numbers increased, okay, most entries, they didn't lessen because of African slaves. They didn't get replaced. They actually increased. Most entries were abbreviated to show only names of servants and masters, lengths of service contracted for, and destination. Matters improved again in 1670 when the names of ships were often included, but this custom also lapsed until late 1675. Every effort has been made to provide an accurate transcription of all the salient information in the registers, and the only liberty taken has been to render the names of towns, villages into their modern form. To judge from some of the curious entries encountered, the geographical knowledge of the scribes employed at Bristol was limited. There is no certain way of knowing whether they made the original entries by copying from the indentures or by writing down what they heard. It's just like the census from here in America. A lot of the times, well, most of the time, it's not the actual person filling it out. It's somebody else. So they just put whatever they thought or whatever they believed. But you'll get different spelling variations in the census form of the same person. You'll get a person that would be white then he'll be black, then he'll be mulatto, because it depends on the person who's doing the census, what they thought of the person. All right, so this was going on over here too. They're like, oh, we can't really trust these guys if they really knew where these people were coming from, or they really knew their story. Right, so the neat and orderly appearance of the two registers strongly suggests that they contain fair copies of entries taken from rough notes in the same way that most parish registers were compiled, thus increasing the chances of faulty recording, but ameliorating the task of the latter-day transcriber. The story of how registers were discovered after 200 years is in dusty obscurity is one beloved of archivists, all right? It was what, 200 years? It was just like this, sitting in dust. Let's just create an African slave trade story for about 200, 300, 400 years. And then, you know, when that passes over, then we can, you know, publish these things, right? These books, these transcripts, these registers, so they can see who they were really sending to the Caribbean and the plantations. All right, we're going to show a little examples, all right? When in 1925, the Corporation of Bristol decided to rebuild the ancient council house, the storerooms on the top floor were cleared of a mass of old records, and behind an ancient wall press were found the 2 volumes called Servants to Foreign Plantations. Wait a minute, you're making it seem like these things were really well hidden. They built a wall? There was a wall hiding this? Are you serious? These provide a unique record of indentured immigrants who shipped from Bristol, then the premier English port for emigration. All right, Bristol was a major hub. Talk about slave port. You want to talk about slave port? You want to talk about a door of no return? A real one? A real door of no return? Not the fake one that they just proved. It was a mansion over there in Senegal. It wasn't even a slave port. It was somebody's mansion. There was no real history of any slave ever being there. That's how deep they lied to you and you believed it. That's how deep we never researched it. That's how deep this goes. All right? Because the real place, if you want to call slave, so-called slave, then this is one of them, Bristol, England. Within 4 years of their discovery, R. Hargreaves Maudsley published a severely summarized transcription of the title of Bristol in America, and that slim volume has well served a whole generation of historians and genealogists. Nevertheless, researchers have long known that the book, despite 4 reprints, contained a large number of faulty transcriptions, omits much material essential to a proper comprehension of the subject, and lacks adequate indexes. It is those reasons which have dictated the preparation of the present volume. So they try to fix that. All right. So Peter Wilson, appreciate what you did here. I guess it says here, hold on, it says in the bottom, Roger, no, okay. Let me just show you an example now. I want to just show you what's in here. The whole book is full of this. It's a really big book. I only took pictures with my phone of a couple pages just so I can show you guys. All right, so it says here, Richard Pell to Robert Reed of Bristol. He was a copper guy, right? He wasn't just a slave. He knew how to melt copper and stuff. He worked for 3 years under him in Barbados. He was bound to a plantation in Barbados. Thomas Reed, he was in Virginia. All right, he went on the Bristol, the Willet of Bristol, the ship, a merchant ship. All right, a merchant ship, Sephardic Jew ship. He was there for 6 years doing his indenture, doing his time. All right, George Palmer. All right, so again, I just wanted you guys to see where they were going. 4 years to Virginia. All right, 4 years Virginia, Barbados, Virginia, 5 years in Virginia. You see? So, example, John Jones to Droitsvik works to the same, 6 years. William Haywood to Charlton, some 4 years. All right, James Shepherd of Kingswood to David Warren of Bristol, a merchant. All right, David Warren was what? A merchant. He was a merchant and he had to work under him for 8 years. 8 years in Virginia. All right, just a couple more examples. All right, this guy went to Barbados, 5 years in Barbados. This Irish guy, he went to Barbados. All right, the Scottish guy, he went to Barbados. All right, a lot of Barbados. They went everywhere. I'm just showing you examples. They went all over the East Coast, all kinds of different places, Nevis, Maryland, all these places. All right, again, these are just some examples. This is, you wanted to see, we're going to show you the ships. John Bonde to Hugh Johns, 4 years in Barbados. All right, Virginia, Barbados, Virginia. right? So these people from Bristol specifically, they had specific destinations. A lot of the times they would say Virginia and actually end up somewhere else, because when they got to Virginia, the quota was full, or somebody else, or they needed the person somewhere else, or they'll just ship them on, buy them on the way, and so they just end up somewhere else. All right, so here's, again, it's not a lot, I'm just gonna show you a couple. I just want to see. So Nevis, right? Nevis, that's in the Caribbean as well, in Virginia right here. Barbados, 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 Barbados. So who was really in Barbados, coming up from Barbados? Who were they sending to Barbados? From New England. You guys remember that? The Pats and all these Indians, they didn't like all the double Indians and all these, that they would send them to Barbados too, under indenture. Not just Europeans. That's what I'm saying. So where's all these, why would they need to go get Africans if they got all these indentured servants and they got Indians? All this free labor they got, why would they go all the way and risk themselves to go a lot further? You know, that's not a good business plan. It's not a good business plan. All right, so these are people, these are real. Some of these might end up being your ancestors. A lot of these are people of color, right? A lot of these ain't slave names. Those are your actual names. You get it? It's not slave names. If anything, they might have taken your name. You never know. All right, so again, Virginia, as you can see, the whole book is full of this. This from 1662, so it goes by year, and it tells you what day they got there. All right. Virginia, a lot sent this time during this period to Virginia, right? They were trying to colonize Virginia, right? Look at that. Okay. This one's actually an example, so you can see John Webb to Richard Thorne, 5 years in Jamaica, all right? 4 years in Jamaica, Hannah Legg. William Harris, 5 years in Jamaica. Thomas Whittle, he went to New England. This guy went to New England. All right, Margaret Howell, Jamaica. Edward Knight, Jamaica, 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 Newfoundland, Jamaica, Newfoundland, Jamaica, Newfoundland. Right? You guys are starting to understand? You wanted to see slave ships? What slave ships? Charles Jones, Maryland, Virginia, 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 Jamaica, Maryland, 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 Virginia, Virginia. Who's going to the plantations? Who's growing tobacco? Who's going to work the sugar plantations? These sugar plantations were owned by who? Sephardic Jews. Who started the sugar plantations? Who started that whole sugar plantation system? It was the Sephardic Moors, first in North Africa, then in the Canary Islands, St. Thomas, off the coast of Guinea, Cape Verde, the Azores, Madeiras, and then they brought that to the Caribbean and the East Coast. Sugar plantations in the South. All right, again, more people. Margaret Seward to Nevis, Barbados, Nevis, Jamaica, Philip Davy to Jamaica, Edward Lydia to Jamaica, Nevis, Jamaica, Jamaica, Barbados, Montserrat. We're gonna see, I don't know if today or tomorrow, Montserrat, how they celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Oh, y'all remember that? Yeah, any of you ever been to St. Patrick's Day in Montserrat? It's the biggest in the world. Even the Irish like to go there, say it's better than the one in their country. Jamaica, Barbados, Nevis, Jamaica, Montserrat. All right. Again, these are just some examples of these pages that I had to buy this book. You know, I had to buy this book. Edward Jones, Jamaica, Nevis, Virginia, Virginia, Nevis. You see, the year 1669 goes by years. William Dyer to Nevis, Elizabeth Price to Jamaica, Williams, Perrin, Lewis, Benoni, Watkins, all these people, Jamaica, Barbados, Barbados, Nevis, Nevis, Jamaica. All right, you guys get it, right? I think you guys get it. All right, so the cool thing about the book, it actually shows the ship names. There's a whole index of the ship names. There's an index of the people. So you can look, if you had if you think you have an ancestor, you go and look for the index and you look for the name and tell you what page is on, where he might have gone, and you know, things like that. The master's name, and where the countries were of the origin. So it's very diverse. All right, so we're gonna go back through the video. What did I do with the video? Here we go. All right, so again, we're gonna get one of these people. He's not from Bristol, he's from somewhere else. I think it was London somewhere. But we did somebody's genealogy, good friend of me and Anu, mostly Anu. I met him through Anu, and you know, he's so-called white person. He's really good person though, really awesome. You know, I don't discriminate having friends of any kind, you know, from all over the world. I don't even look at people based on color. Like that don't even cross my mind. You know what I mean? That's, you know, I look at people's hearts and how they treat me and how they are with actions, not what they speak. You get it? So we did this guy's genealogy because, you know, I wanted to help him with it. And this is just one example on his Lambert side. He's a Hutchinson and Lambert. All right. And we found some very interesting thing that he didn't even never imagined, you know, because, you know, all white people think so-called white people, right? And this is not to disrespect. If you're listening out there, if you consider white or whatever, you know, that, you know, you didn't come as a slave, or you just came on one of these ships, you know, seeking religious freedom and all that. And yeah, and many did, but a whole lot came as indentured servants, as convicts. They were forced over, they were kidnapped, they were undesirable, they were poor, you know, unwanted people in Europe. All right, so, you know, he didn't know his family actually had that history, and you know, humbled him, and he didn't care. He just wanted to learn and know. So let's get on with the presentation. All right, hope you guys are enjoying this. We're not going to go too long, hopefully. And I don't know if you guys, depends on you guys tell me if I should just keep going. All right.
Here today, his name is Jonathan Lambert Hutchinson. Actually one of Anu's close friends, and Anu introduced me to him because he has an interesting story to tell us about his family, his genealogy. And I thought it was very interesting and very important, and we actually was able to help him, you know, at least trace back with records, you know, with documented to all the way back to the first, you know, ancestors of his that came into the Americas, and for what reason. All right, and this is going to correlate with what we're talking about. So I want to introduce Jonathan Lambert Hutchinson, if you can say hi to the people, and just let us know a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You know, I appreciate it. I'm glad I can help out with what you need, and yeah. So I guess we could start out with the Lamberts. Philip Lambert was the first Lambert to come into the States. He lived in Ireland, and he got in trouble for stealing articles of clothes. And since he got, you know, stole the clothes, he had his punishment was 7 years of indentured servitude to the States for 7 years.
All right. So we're gonna try to break down. All right, because we're reading, you know, a lot of this info that, you know, a lot of convicts have sent here. Now, this is a little petty crime. We don't know. We weren't there to know if he actually did that, or if they just, because we do know that he was also considered a Tory. I have a little bit of info here on Tories. I just want to read this a little bit. So it says Tories, British political party. It says the Tories were members of two political parties which existed sequentially in the Kingdom of England, Kingdom of Great Britain, and later the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland from the 17th to the early 19th century. So as the first Tories emerged in 1678 in England when they opposed the Whig-supported Exclusion Bill, which set out to disinherit the heir presumptive James, Duke of York, all right, who eventually became James II of England and the 7th of Scotland. So we're talking about King James here. King James was the Duke of York before. He was just known as King James. But what I want to show people first is, how do you relate to the Lamberts? All right. So how did you get to Philip? Right.
How did I get my grandma? She was on the Lambert side, and she married Hutchison.
So it says Philip Lambert, born about 1737. So we already know this is his ancestor. There's no doubt. We got it. All right. I want to read his story to you guys. All right. And then we got migration.
Now, I encourage everybody, we did actually the whole genealogy live. Like, well, not live, but I recorded the whole thing, how we got to Philip Lambert. I did it on part 2 of my white servitude video, which is where we're reviewing, this is just a little segment. So just in case you guys are wondering how we got to, how we know, it's definitely because we got to it, definitely record. He's a direct descendant of Philip Lambert. All right, so let's continue.
Virginia colony. All right, 1754, when the Lamberts arrived, or the first Lambert, supposedly the first, arrived in America. 1754. All right, now it says Philip came from Essex, England, to Virginia on the Ruby. That's the name of the ship, to serve a convict's indenture, and that's what Jonathan was letting us know. So he was an indentured servant.
Yep.
Because he was a convict. So because he was a convict or accused of sign where he was put into indentured servitude. So we already know, we read that we got voluntary indentured servitude, people that just wanted to come over here and try it out. They're probably having not a good life over there, And then we have forced indentured servant. They were kidnapping people. They were, just getting rid of people, peasants or anybody who they didn't want in the streets, criminals, all that. They were just making all these people indentures. All right. So in this case, he was the reason he was put into indenture is because I guess he was a convict. He did something over there, according to the story or record here. And we're gonna read it. Philip Lambert of Langdon Hills. It could be London Hills, right? Sentenced to transport at quarter sessions, July 1754. Philip was transported to the colonies in 1754 after he and his brothers, Jeremiah and William, all of Langdon Hills, Essex, England, had been arrested and convicted of stealing a few articles of clothing. It is not known for sure where they were landed, but consensus has them disembarking on the coast of Virginia, nor is it known where they served their 7-year sentence. I mean, this is something we can probably figure out, all that, especially when we see where he arrived and where he was living.
Yep.
Yep. And it says Philip may have worked as an indentured servant for 7 years. All right. That's the average. We already got that, right? We got that in the article we just actually read, right? Yep. Indentured servant, PBS, 7 years. All right. So it's matching. All right. On a tobacco plantation. Yep. Now, this is the important thing right here, right? So Philip, right? Doesn't mean he's gonna go and be I don't know what, a cook, mechanic, carpenter. His service was not gonna be that when he got here. What was his service? Especially convicts, because we read this in the last video, right? That especially convicts, and they would sell them for cheaper too, because they want to make sure that they go to the harshest servitude, and I guess tobacco would be one of those, right? Like tobacco or mining or anything like that, right? Harsh.
Yep,
so
the undesirables.
Exactly, the undesirables that we read about. And so it's a question mark here. They're being slick. They put in the bracket. You know why they're doing this, right? Because who was supposed to be in the plantations in this time, in 1754? It's supposed to be black Africans, not no white people. We never got taught that there was actually white people in plantations working along the so-called Negro in the same plantation, same field. Say, hey, what's up, man? Man, I wish we had a break today, man. You guys were buddies. Like, there wasn't no thing about complexion. This was not established yet. All right. And so they put the brackets on the question mark because they want to leave a doubt on you. Just like when they add this picture in the top here, they want to leave these doubts on you. But records are records. It says that he landed in a farm and he's a convict. So what farm? Is his own farm, or whose farm is he working? All right. So when it says on a tobacco plantation, question mark, they're being slick, but we already know that's what they mean. Yeah, he came, and we already know what was in Virginia at that time. Numerous tobacco and corn and maize plantations, especially tobacco. All right. They needed a lot of labor for that. They made a lot of money. England made a lot of money of the tobacco plantations here in the colonies. It says that Philip actually worked there for stealing these clothing of articles until about 1761. All right, so that's when he got his supposed freedom. He is on the Fincastle County, Virginia militia tax rolls for 1769, 1770, and 1771. He served in Fincastle, Montgomery militia, and at least once he apparently conferred or conspired with the Tories because he had to pledge his allegiance to America a second time, and it has a question mark. So I don't think he conspired. I think he, like they were saying, we're gonna read further on. He's coming from that whole social environment in England, that he was against that whole disinheritance of you know, the Scots, which meant kinship of the Stuarts, which King James and his family. Now we know, right, in this community, that King James was a so-called black man. You know, so was there white people supporting this so-called black man, or were these people black? Was Philip black? Is my question. Now that's conjecture. You know, I can't prove that. You know, but I just leaving it up here because we never know. You know, you never know. We do know that there was black Europeans, and they were being sent over here, and they were being considered undesirables because of their complexion too. You know, so they were also coming over here. It wasn't just white complexion people. All right. Yeah. So obviously that's conjecture. I don't know that. I'm just saying, you know, we can leave that there. So real quick, just corrupt. All right. So that was much love and respect to Jonathan. That's my boy right there. He's a really good person. You know, the time I've gotten to know him. So thank you for participating in that. And he's very humble, man. He didn't care, you know. Yeah, his family, and he's a so-called white person, right? His ancestor was working as a slave, just like a slave, being treated like a slave, right? If we're gonna think about it, right? And in a tobacco plantation in Virginia. So how do you explain that? That's the reverse role. And how do you know that the person that he didn't work for was a so-called black person that owned? You know, again, it wasn't always like evil, malevolent. I mean, you know, like it depended on the master. The master's not gonna always be evil person. Sometimes they just needed free labor, and at that time, indentured servitude was the way to get free labor. All right. A lot of times, if you took on indentured servants, we're going to read, you got 50 acres of land for every indentured servant you took. You don't think that's a good deal? You grab 3 or 4. How many is that? 200 acres, 250 acres if you got 5. And now we're talking, right? Now you can do a business. Now you can help your family, and they can get their freedom, and everybody is happy, right? So it's not always a bad thing. It always depended on the master of the, you know, that's just a human factor. Human factor. If they got whipped and stuff, that's just that person. It wasn't like that in every so-called plantation, aka farm. Plantation is a farm. It's a farm, straight up farm. Planting, plantation, planting, farm. Doesn't associate to Kunta kinte slavery. It's not just like that. You got to erase that from your mind. Let's continue with the presentation. British convicts shipped to the American colonies, just like Philip Lambert. With what they're talking about, bringing convicts and all that. This is from the Oxford Journal, says here, Oxford University Press. That's from JSTOR. It says British convicts shipped to American colonies. All right. Author James Davy Butler, The American Historical Review, Volume 2, Number 1, October 1896, pages 12 to 33. The Oxford University Press of American Historical Association. And it says here, British convicts shipped to American colonies. It says convicts were sent to 9 of the American settlements. Convicts. According to one estimate, about 2,000 had been sent for many years annually. Dr. Land, after comparing various estimates, concludes that the number sent might be about 50,000 altogether. Again, in the Encyclopedia Britannica, under the article Botany Bay, we read, on the revolt of the New England colonies, the convict establishment in America were no longer available, and so the attention of the British government was turned to Botany Bay, and in 1787 a penal settlement was formed there. It seems certain that among the felons sent to New England, by far the largest element was made up of prisoners taken in battle. A letter from Reverend John Cotton to Cromwell, dated Boston, July 28, 1651, states that sundry Scots taken by him at Dunbar September 2nd, 1650, had arrived there and been sold not for slaves to perpetual servitude, perpetual servitude, but for 6 or 7 or 8 years. That's the word, sundry. Meant 150, we learned from the British Calendar Domestic Series for 1650. Alright? On September 19, the Council of State orders 150 Scotch prisoners delivered to be sent to New England by John Foote. On October 23rd, it was ordered that they be shipped away forthwith, and on November 11th that they be delivered to Augustus Walker, Master of the Unity, for transportation to New England. In 1650, Dr. Stone, a Massachusetts agent, bought several Scotch prisoners from Tot Hill Jail, London. Again, of the prisoners taken at Worcester, September 3rd, 1651, 272 were shipped to New England on the John and Sarah from London and arrived in Boston the following spring. You see all these indentured servants that are coming in the 1600s, these ain't Africans. You see who's their slaves first, right? From the 1600s. Alright? Their names derived from the Hutchinson papers were printed in New England Historical and Genealogical Register. Alright? The number deported to Virginia from among the Scotch-made prisoners at the Battle of Worcester was much smaller than is generally stated. Thus, in Balla's White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a recent issue of the Johns Hopkins Press, we read, of the Scotch prisoners taken at the Battle of Worcester, 1,610 were sent to Virginia in 1651. Wow. Bancroft gives some countenance to such an assertion. But Bruce, though he loves to swell the number of political transports, says in his Economic History of Virginia, after the defeat of Charles II at Worcester, his soldiers who were seized on that occasion were disposed of the merchants, and of at least 1,600 were thus conveyed to America. The parliamentary fleet in which they were transported sailed first to Barbados. We have certain information of the arrival of only 150 Scotch servants in the colony when the fleet arrived in 1651. So you see, these ain't Africans. That the next winter 2 vessels set out from London with prisoners designed for the plantations in Virginia. That in 1653 Richard Netherway of Bristol was permitted to export from Ireland 800 Tories, alright, from Ireland, alright, now we got Irish here, alright, who were to be sold as slaves in Virginia. Who? Irish, to be sold as what? Slaves in Virginia. These are not Africans. Now, are all these white people? I don't think so. You know, thinking logically, I know they were getting rid of the so-called black Irish too. Alright, so a lot of these were also people you would consider Negro. Alright, and these were the same people eventually that might come out in your census, in your family census. Say, oh, I got Irish in me. Like, how the hell do I have Irish in me? Look at me. I don't got no trace of being so-called white. But, you know, a lot of this has to do with what we're reading right now. You know what I mean? So again, in 1653, this dude Netherway permitted to export from Ireland 100 Tories who were to be sold as slaves in Virginia, and that other batches, some still larger, of Irish unfortunates were there imported. Again, Irish unfortunates. What's an unfortunate? Yet no proof appears that any of the Drogheda prisoners were transported to Virginia. Cromwell himself mentions Barbados as their destination. So even though, you know, even if they didn't land in Virginia, they were landing in Barbados, in the Caribbean. A lot of these, you know, they said, oh, they're supposed to be taken to Virginia when they were in England or Ireland or Scotland. But when they got here, they were, you know, ending up in the Caribbean or somewhere else. The Scotch prisoners in the Preston campaign of 1648 were sent to Barbados. All right. Some of the men that at that time brought into Virginia from New York as convicts were felons only in the eye of martial law. Thus, previous to the year 1665, the English invaders of Long Island attacked New Amstel on South River. Many of the Dutch colonists, they sold as slaves in Virginia. You see that? So when the Dutch were there running things, you know, that was Dutch lands. You know, New Dutch land, that was New York. New Holland, that was all New York. All right. And the Dutch had that colony, and when the English got there, enslaved some of these Dutch, right, and sold them as slaves in Virginia. Now, were all these Dutch white? I don't think so. So we got to break that. We got to stop thinking when they're talking about Europeans that it's always going to be white. All right, so a lot of these so-called dark-skinned Dutch as well were taken into plantations in Virginia and then mixed with Aboriginals from America, you know, and then you forget the whole history. Now you're just black. All right, so how do you have Dutch in your census record in your family? All right, think about it. Other convicts guilty of no moral transgressions came from other colonies. Thus, the General Court in Boston ordained that the Quakers who had not wherewithal to pay their fines, and they were enormous, should be sold for bondmen or bondwomen to Barbados, Virginia, or any of the English plantations. Again, bondmen, indenture, all right, as contract, you're bound to serve for a number of years, all right. That's what they did to the Quakers when the English got there. You see that? We're not talking about Africans. When have we read anything about Africans, right? After the Mar and Derwent Water Rising in 1716, 2 shiploads of defeated Jacobites out of His Majesty's abundant clemency were deported. All right, so now we got into the Jacobites. I know a lot of people heard of the Jacobite rebellion and all that in England, in Scotland, and all that area up there, you know. So a lot of these prisoners of war from the Jacobite rebellions were being sent over here as well. Again, after the Marne, there went water rising in 1716, 2 shiploads of defeated Jacobites, not Africans. Again, we're talking about slave ships. We're talking about 2 shipload of slave ships, if you want to call them slave ships, because I bet you these are battalion ships. They didn't have no slave ships. Were defeated, were filled with defeated Jacobites. All right, Jacobites. Out of His Majesty's abundant clemency, these are English people, English, not Africans, were deported, 80 in the ship Friendship and 55 in the Good Speed, and were sold in Maryland. I know I've heard these ships before, and we're gonna get to the story of this ship and the Jacobites. All right, right now, let me just finish this paragraph. Let's continue. It says, a most desirable class of political offenders would have come to both Virginia and New England. All right, POWs, they were sending them over here, prisoners of war, convicts, all that, and that in great numbers through the Conventicle Act of 1664. But that law which expelled from England a noble army of martyrs, all right, a noble army of martyrs. Who's these noble people they're taking out of England? Could these include so-called black people? Noble black people? Martyrs expressly forbade transporting them to either Virginia or New England, and so they were consigned to the torrid sugar islands. You understand? I mean, they were sending them when they were, because of political reasons or something, even though their intention was for them to go to Virginia and New England. There was, when they got here, there was like trouble sometimes, so they would end up in the Caribbean instead. They would be like, no man, we can't have that here. Just send them to the sugar plantations. If cargoes could not all be sold there, there is a reason to think that the remnant in some way was carried on into continental colonies. All right, talking about the Jacobites. Virginia in the present paper has been chiefly spoken of as the destination of convicts.
All right, so real quick, I just want to show you guys something I have here, right? And the only reason I found this, and I'm gonna do a future video, is because I was doing somebody's genealogy from Jamaica, on the Jamaican side, all right? And what happened? I ended up with John Mackenzie. And you know what we find out? And it was a direct line to him. And it said nothing about anybody master or anything like that. And, you know, we got to John Mackenzie, and he turned out to be a Jacobite prisoner. And I found this while I was reading about him, because it seems that he might have been taken to France. He might have been coming on a ship, a prisoner ship. There was actually one of those prisoner ships in 1747 that actually got pirated or, you know, invaded by French when it got to the Americas. So they took their prisoners. So they took a lot of those Jacobites over to Martinique before they actually returned them or took them back to Jamaica or sold them into Jamaica. So they made their own people rebuy their prisoners. They made the English rebuy their own prisoners after they took them from them, the French, so-called French, right? Who's these Huguenots, French, Dutch Huguenots, Sephardic French, right? And so this is, let me just go ahead and zoom in into the actual document from that time so you guys can see it. All right, these are the names. And I just want to show you, so because I'm going to show you the actual, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. Here we go. Right, here we go. So look, it says names, age, profession, county, stature, and remarks. All right, hold on. Let me just put some music in the background. Right. Yeah, so let's get this first person. I know you guys saw it already. James Nielsen. These are Jacobites, remember. James Nielsen. He's 26. He's a laborer. He's from Aberdeen. He's 5'5". He's what? Black, swarthy, and slender. Black, swarthy, and slender. The other guy is brown. Sandy hair, swarthy, brown, well made, brown, ditto, ditto, ruddy, ditto, 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 black, straight, swarthy, lusty, light hair, fair faced. All right, brown, well made, swarthy, swarthy, black, black. All right, hold up, let me go back now. All right, this is an actual primary source, right? Hold up. I don't know what happened with the music. It's going in slow motion. Sorry about that. So let me go back. All right, just want to read here. It says extracts from a list naming 100. The music's bugging out. I'm sorry. Let me just leave it off. It says extract from a list naming 150 Jacobite prisoners taken by the French in October 1747, as recorded by W. Smith at Lincoln, York, and Lancaster. This is the list referred to by Samuel Smith, which ship was captured. All right, this is real history. Again, James Nielsen, what? He was black and swarthy. Black and swarthy, right? All right, as you can see, swarthy, swarthy, dark, brown, black, brown, thick, fair complexion. We got a fair complexion guy here. We got a pale skin one. We got a pock-pitted, ruddy, dark complexion. Can it get any more clear than that? Dark complexion, black man. Hey, black man. Who's the black man? George Hume. Black man. Black man. Again, these are Jacobites. Swarthy. Swarthy. All right, dark brown. Chestnut. Chestnut. Black man. Again, black, swarthy, and slender. Jacobite. A real transcript. We're gonna go back to the presentation. I just wanted to show you guys that. That's a future video I'm gonna do. It's gonna be called Genealogical Stories. That's a whole series I got for you guys. I'm gonna show you all the stuff I've been finding in people's genealogy. It's amazing. It's incredible the stuff I've been finding. I just want to bring it all out, and it's just too much info to bring out all at once. It's just I don't even have the time. But we're gonna get to that. All right, so we're gonna go back to the presentation. All right.
It is made thus prominent in all documents which have come to the knowledge of the writer. But he is not ignorant that according to Dr. Land, all the 9 colonies outside of New England were penal settlements, and that Lodge and other able writers maintain that Maryland received a larger felon quota than any other province. The whole number there, as estimated by Scharf, the Maryland historian, was at least 20,000, about half of them after 1750. We ain't talking about they bringing Africans. You gotta really do research on real history so you can see that there is records that's telling you straight up who was really getting enslaved. And we already went over the Indian enslavement and my whole series from indigenous American to African American. Who were they really enslaving when they got here? They weren't bringing no Africans. They were enslaving the American Indians, the Spanish and Portuguese, and actually bringing them to the other side of the world and the other colonies, selling them to the English and other people. All right, so again, we got a whole estimate here by Scharf, a Maryland historian. 20,000, about half of them after 1750. In all cases where Maryland has been found coupled with Virginia, the writer has so stated it. The historical register now, and then mentions Maryland alone, saying that on October 4, 1726, about 80 felons convict under sentence of transportation were taken out of Newgate and put on a ship board for Maryland in America. They were just snatching them out of the prisons and putting them in the ship, being joined on the river by several more convicts from Surrey and Kent. All right, so it's more likely that Kunta Kinte, right, was a convict than brought from Africa, if it was a real story. In 1665, certain convicts in England petitioned Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, in hopes she would order them sent to her Maryland. So convicts were like, what? They're getting sent to Maryland, getting what? Just working, then free, and then they get land, and then they don't have to be in prison? Sign me up for that. They were begging the Queen, yo, send me over there. I'll be good. Send me over there. As late as 1769, 87-year convicts from Bristol are noticed by Scharf, and Lodge maintains that such importations continued thereafter they had ceased in other colonies, though such imports into Virginia were not declared illegal until 1788. Damage has been done. And again, we continue a little further down in the book, British convicts shipped to American colonies. All right, very scholarly article from the American Historical Review, Volume 2, Number 1, published by Oxford University. And we continue on page 9, as Bristol, according to Macaulay, was specially infamous for kidnappers. Remember the spirits? So it shared largely in an allied branch of business, the traffic in convicts. It was big business, all right? Not in Africans, but what? Who? Convicts, undesirables, prisoners of wars. Hunt, the historian of that city, remarks, toward the end of the 17th century, Bristol, aldermen and justices used to transport criminals and sell them as slaves or put them to work on their plantations in the West Indies. Who? Criminals, not Africans. Criminals from England. A writer in Notes and Queries holds this Bristol industry to have arisen still earlier, saying, when Cromwell and William as well had conquered Ireland, the Irish officers sought safety on the continent, while the rank and file were pressed to enlist in foreign service. As many as 34,000 men were thus hurried into exile. Listen to this, all right? 34,000 widows and orphans. The government shipped wholesale to the West Indies. Wholesale to the West Indies. We ain't talking about Africans here. You gotta break the spell. Don't bring me your personal attachment. Don't be all hurt. Don't be all hurt because I'm telling you facts here. You can research all this. The American Historical Review, they ain't playing. Right? 34,000 shipped wholesale to the West Indies. The boys for slaves. The boys for slaves. Not Africans. Who? People from England. The women and girls from mistresses to the English sugar planters. The merchants of Bristol, slave dealers in the days of Strongbow, sent over their agents to hunt down and ensnare the wretched people. Orders were given them on the governors of jails and workhouses for boys who were of an age to labor and women who were marriageable or not past breeding. In the foregoing notice of Bristol exports, the words West Indies probably mean the best American market, no matter where. The best American market doesn't matter. That wasn't specifically the West Indies, Caribbean. They're talking about anywhere in the Americas. That's what they're trying to tell you. So a lot of those 34,000 convicts that said they went to the West Indies, no, they just went to the open market over here on this side of the world. They landed in many places, those people, even in Virginia and Boston, New York. Some of those whom Bristol vessels had transported were brought to New England and sold there. You see, they didn't all go to the West Indies sugar plantations. Continue with the video. All right, we're in this other book, just to correlate with what we're learning today. It says supplement to the Jail Review, Volume 10, Number 2, August 1901. It says here, Redemptioners and Indentured Servants in the Colony and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania by Carl Frederick Geiser, Ph.D. All right. Professor of Political Science, Iowa State Normal School, sometime assistant in American History at Yale University. And he says in the preface that this monograph is the attempt has been made to give a complete and accurate account of the institution of indentured servitude service as it existed in Pennsylvania, in the hope of throwing some new light upon an important phase of our colonial history upon which comparatively little has been written. Again, they never told us about this part of history. Large tracts of land were offered by Penn to adventurers at prices merely nominal, and 50 acres of land were given for every servant brought into the colony. Similar concessions were made by the proprietors of New Jersey for its settlement, all right? So they were given all these servants, these undesirable convicts, felons, beggars, poor people, underclass, who were being kidnapped a lot of the time. They were giving them 50 acres of your ancestors' land that didn't belong to anybody. It was part of everybody's. You can't own land. It's the Great Spirit's land. Hawa. It's your habitat, your promised land, as a resource, not to own. But they were giving that land away. What? 50 acres to these undesirables from Europe? Indentured servants? Similar concessions were made by the proprietors of New Jersey for its settlement. In fact, such inducements were offered in nearly all the early colonies. All right. Now, dodge the hijack. Dodge your own hijack, because a lot of these people were not just white. They were Negro Europeans, what you would say a Negro, the Moorish European, whatever you want to call them. All right. And is that why you have it in your census record or in genealogy that one of your ancestors might have been from Britain, but you're sure he was so-called Negro, right? Or was he white? Do you even know? All right, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them were so-called Negro too. Don't leave them out. All right. Now these indentured servants, again, they were getting large tracts of land. All right, and that was happening in all the early colonies. All right, and they were making pamphlets and brochures and passing that all around England. Be like, look, you can live in the land of promise. You have lived the American dream. Generally speaking, the indentured servants were those immigrants who, unable to pay their passage, signed a contract, called an indenture, before embarking in which they agreed with the master or owner of the vessel transported them to serve him or his assigns a period of years in return for passage to America. The master or owner of the vessel, whose servants they thus at once became on arriving in America, sold them for their passage to whom he pleased, usually to the highest bidder. The indenture was then transferred to the purchaser, who now became the master for the remaining period expressed in the indenture. You see this? It's business, selling people, basically, your service. In the latter history of the institution, the term redemptioneer becomes common, and many modern writers have failed to realize the distinction between redemptioneers and indentured servants. The redemptioneer, strictly speaking, was an immigrant, but an embarking agreed with the ship and merchant to be transported without an indenture and without payment of passage, and on landing in America to be given a short period of time in which to find the relatives or friends to redeem him by paying his passage. If he were unable to find anyone who would redeem him in the time specified, the captain was at liberty to sell him to the highest bidder in payment for his passage, in which case the redemptioneer entered into the same legal relation or status as the indentured servant and was consequently governed by the same laws. In Germany, although the causes were of a lot different nature from those in England, the supply was no less real and abundant. The claims of Louis, and it says there the 16th or the 14th, to the Palatinate, which was opposed by the German states in the Triple Alliance under the leadership of William of Orange, opens a period of devastation to that state, which caused thousands to seek homes in the American colonies. Thousands of what? Germans. To avenge himself on that province and to weaken his enemies, Louis sent an army of 50,000 men in 1685 to ravage the country. Cities and villages were burned. The people were stripped of their possessions and were forced by the French to plow under their crops. Many perished and thousands were made homeless. A few years' immunity from plunder was followed by another invasion of a similar nature in 1693, the outbreak of the War of the Spanish Succession in 1701, the Palatinate being the pathway of the contending armies, added 13 years more of misery. To all this wretchedness, Louis furnished a climax by sending an army into the province in 1707 to repeat the rapine of former years. This was the beginning of the great German exodus to England and her colonies. And to the native population which flowed out of Germany at this time were added many of the French Huguenots who left their country on account of the persecutions of the king.
All right, Huguenots, Huguenots, Huguenots. Who's the Huguenots? And these Germans. Again, you know, I see a lot of people in the chat give their opinion and stuff. It's okay, man. We're here to chat and learn. But when we're trying to say, like, you know, they still need our help. Like, they still, who's they and who's us? Who's they? Who? What do you mean? A lot of these people were so-called Negro, black people, black, so-called black. Are you so-called black? When you say they and us and them and we and us and they, you, I, no. What do you mean? I've done many people's genealogy that end up in Maryland, Pennsylvania, and they were colored Germans. I got the proof. Germans of color, Negro Germans. All right. So again, if you just got here, we've been, you know, going on already for more than 2 hours. We just showed the Jacobite list. They were Swarthy. I had 3 videos called Swarthy Europe. We know who the Europeans were. We know who the Jacobites were. We know who the Huguenots are, who the Protestants, who's all these people being called Swarthy that were coming in. All right. So let's not add the hijack. All right. And if, you know, again, if I see people like, you know, off topic for like a long time and just not paying attention, just keep going on off topic and stuff, you know, we just take care of it because, you know, I really want people to pay attention. I know you can't just be writing and responding to people and paying attention to certain things. You know, we don't want to distract everybody because I'm trying to show somebody's history here. A lot of people's history to listen in right now. I think they want to learn. They want to, you know, they appreciate this. So, you know, let's talk about let's stay in topic, you know, let's stay in topic. Let's keep learning. And again, these are not just white, so-called white people. So when you do a separation of they and then, we still need to help them. And that, what do you mean? You may be talking about your own ancestors.
When we consider that in addition to the ravages of war, the people in Germany, England, and Ireland were burdened with heavy taxes, distressed by political, social, and religious factions, it is not all strange that there should be a strong desire on the part of the restless population to seek homes in a new country, free from wars, from party strife and social caste. The American colonies, of course, right? That's where they're going to go seek all that. In a large measure, were free from these distress and misfortunes. So we didn't have all the stress, all this stuff they were going through, right? All their problems, 99 problems, but right? It's not, but this is not one of them, you know? And then what they wanted to do, come here where it's not here. And then they brought all that we live through now, right? What they're describing these people living like, a lot of us live like that now, right? When this corporation we live in, they brought that over to us and offered the desired opportunities. The remoteness of the colonies and the lack of means to reach them were the chief barriers which interposed. Those who were without the necessary means of transporting themselves and who were assisted in various ways formed a large proportion of the population in many of the colonies. In Pennsylvania, assisted immigration begins with the founding and settling of the colony. Its history is concomitant with that of free immigration. Indentured servants are mentioned in the earliest frame of Penn's government and continue to become a more important class with the increase of population. And we continue in the book, Redemptioners and Indentured Servants in the Colony and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania by Carl Frederick Geiser from 1901. And this is chapter 8, all right? The Runaways is like around page 89, the Runaways, right? So we thought it was always African slaves running away, but you know, the white slaves did this actually a lot. The indentured servants and white slaves did this a lot. Question of runaway servants seemed to have been one of the most difficult with which the authorities and masters had to deal. The Pennsylvania newspapers of the time devoted no small amount of space to notices of runaways, so the newspapers at that time were full of these runaway ads. It is difficult to find a single issue of the Packet or Gazette during the period in which the system was in full force that does not contain several notices, and sometimes over a column is devoted to these advertisements. Runaway white people, pale-faced white people running away, runaways. All right, $20 hard reward, a half Johannes reward are some of the various captions that stand out in boldface type to attract the notice of the reader. Rough woodcuts were sometimes inserted beside the notice to make it more conspicuous, the fugitive being usually represented in colonial custom with a cane and a bundle over his shoulder, taking rapid strides across the country. These notices throw a great deal of light on the internal history of indentured service. They give a complete description of the servant, his character, nationality, age, the clothing, and often the time of service. As the return of the servant depended largely upon the accuracy of the description, it is an invaluable source from which a perfect picture of the dress, manner, and character of at least a part of the servant class may be derived. A single example from the Pennsylvania Gazette on May 9, 1751, may here serve as a characteristic illustration. And it says, from that time, an ad, right? It says, run away from Thomas James of Upper Merion, Philadelphia County. On the 5th of this an Irish servant, lad named William Dubbin, about 18 years of age, speaks good English, fresh-colored and thick and well set in his body, has light-colored curled hair, somewhat resembling a wig, had on when he went away an old felt hat, Ozenbrick shirt, an old dark brown colored coat, too big for him, and breeches of the same, gray worsted stockings, and a pair of old shoes with brass buckles. One of the buckles broke. Whoever takes up and seizes this servant so that his master may have him again shall have 20 shillings reward, and reasonable charges paid by Thomas Jones. Alright, so they're just letting you know, there was a lot of runaways at that time. Alright, just wanted you to get that. So there's a lot of info in this book. This is the next chapter, Punitive and Marriage Regulations. Further reading, just go ahead, the servant in the army, how all these indentured servants eventually ended up in the armed forces. Alright, let's continue with the video. Thought this was interesting.
All right, so we're gonna get into something really interesting right now, but just before that, so just think about it. All these runaways, right? So was Harriet Tubman helping all these indentured servants run away too? Right? Or are we gonna still imagine the slave narratives and those just black people running away from their torture because they got taken from their continent, and then they don't know where to go, so they need help by this one lady, and it's just like, that she helped these indentured servants because it was thousands and thousands and hundreds of them running away. Where's the story on them? Where's their story? Where did they run away to? Who helped them? Or were they the real runaways? I'm trying to tell you.
The article on this website, this is from the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. It says Black History Month, North Carolinians to remember. It's talking about John Chavis, all right? This is a free so-called African American, all right? So it says North Carolina boasts many noteworthy names and places for Black History Month. The unknown indentured servants who were free men. Whoa, so you mean, wait, so indentured servants were free men and could actually vote in colonial times? So what do you mean these were slaves? You get what I'm saying? We just came from the book, Virginia. It wasn't slave in the strict sense of the word, right, or the term, right? Indentured servants were free men, soldiers who fought on either side during the American Revolution, and men and women who offered resistance and fled to freedom during antebellum times, all right? It says that John Chavis was a highly respected preacher and educator in the late 1700s who served 3 years in the Revolutionary War, listed as an indentured servant in Halifax County in 1773, and by 1789 he was recorded as a free black owning one horse in Mecklenburg County, Virginia. All right, indentured servant, free. He had his contract. It was over. He got his freedom. Continuing says, this might sound like a rough deal, but indenture was how the British colonizers who lived in what would later become the United States managed to populate the land and get enough people to do the backbreaking work of farming crops like tobacco in the South. Hold up, Smithsonian Magazine. Are you telling me it's not Africans that the British used? to populate the land and get enough people to do backbreaking work to farm the crops like tobacco in the South, right? The South, where a large population of what so-called Negroes were supposedly have been enslaved in plantations that were supposed to have come from Africa. Now you're telling me something else, Smithsonian Magazine? So what's the deal? Now they're telling us it's it's British indentured servants they had. Where were they getting these indentured servants, these British, right? We already know the story. Convicts, undesirables, Indians, not Africans. They ain't going to Africa to get indentured servants. That wasn't part of the venture of Virginia Company. People who survived their period of indenture, many didn't, went on to live free lives in the colonies. All right, they got freedom, often after receiving some kind of small compensation like clothes, land, or tools to help set them up. Again, land, 50 acres. Writes Ariana Calford today, I found out. That was the incentive that caused many poor whites, and now they want to say the poor whites, to indenture themselves and their families and move to the so-called New World. It wasn't just so-called whites. That's the hijack. You got to dodge it, right? We're going to break the spell. We're going to break these many layers. We're going to uncover all these layers. You got to follow me, right? You got to go back to the other videos if you're new, right? There was also people of dark complexion, people of color who were what you call Black Britons, Black Irish, Black Scots, Black Germans, Black Swedish, Black Portuguese, Black Spaniards being indentured over here too. It wasn't just white poor people. All right, so dodge the hijack on that. But they letting you know here, slavery didn't exist how you were told, right? But Africans who were indentured were often captured and brought over against their will. So now they're adding their hijack. That's what happened to the holders of Kaiser's indenture. Anthony Johnson, all right? Anthony Johnson. We went over Anthony Johnson from way back in my series, from Indigenous American to African American, where we talked about him, you know, going into this law suit to regain possession of his indentured servant Kaiser, who had actually won his freedom because he said he was holding him against his contract. It had expired and all that, and he actually... But let's read on to it right here. It says Johnson served out his contract and went on to run his own tobacco farm and hold his own indentured servants, among them Kaiser. So Open Mija was able to find some information on Anthony Johnson on the website Free African Americans, People of Color, or something like that. freeafricanamericans.com, something like that. And he was able to find the Johnsons and the history and how he was able to free himself and how much land he got after that. You understand what's going on here? This is a person of color. Anthony Johnson was what you call a so-called Negro. All right? He wasn't an African. There's no proof of him being African in any way, right? So Anthony Johnson was an indentured servant. He wasn't a slave. He got his freedom. After he did his contract, his work, he provided his service, he got his freedom. And what did he do? He got his own land. He got his own indentured servants slash slaves. And that included not just Kaiser, who was a so-called Negro, so he had Negro slaves. He also had white, pale-faced European indentured servants. It was no discrimination back then. They were grabbing them, especially European convicts, indentured servants. They were cheaper. We've read this. A lot of the times they were cheaper. We've read this. All right, so dodge the hijack on all this. Smithsonian Magazine, they're leaking a little bit of the truth. They're leaking a lot of the truth, actually, but they're trying to throw in their hijack always, right? After a disagreement about whether or not Kaiser's contract was lapsed, a court ruled in favor of Johnson, and Kaiser saw the status of his indenture turn into slavery, where his contract was considered property. Kaiser claimed that he had served his indenture of 7 or 8 years, and 7 more years on top of that. He even did 14. I mean, he did double. The court sided with Johnson, who claimed that Kaiser was his slave for life. His slave for life. We're talking about two so-called Negroes battling it out. We're talking about somebody, a supposed slave, right, going to court in the 1650s. You think you know history? You're talking about my grandpa, everybody came in the 1800s. We're talking about 1650s here. talking about people of dark color, dark complexion, people of color, what you call it, so-called African American today, going to court, fighting for their freedom, enslaving other so-called people of color, and making them become their property for life. This was the first official slave. Now you want to talk about first slaves that came? No, this is the first slave, first chattel property, because of another so-called Negro. It was a black man, right? So-called black man that owned another so-called black man. That's the official first slave for life. All right, so now we're in the Journal of Negro History by Carter G. Woodson, Volume 1. This is from 1916. And we go all the way to page 233 of this book, which is Volume 1, Number 3. It says colored freemen as slave owners in Virginia. All right, colored what? Freemen, slave owners. Who? A so-called black man, black people, so-called black people. Right? We're not talking about just any tan people. You know who we mean. We can't avoid this. All right. Among the quaint old 17th century statutes of Virginia may be found the following significant enactment. No Negro or Indian, though baptized and enjoyed their own freedom, shall be capable of any purchase of Christians, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nation. Now listen to what it says here about Christians. Remember what I said, what it meant. It says Christians in this act means persons of the white race. All right, so we're gonna dodge the hijack. Well, let's keep reading. It says indented servitude was the condition and status of no small part of the white population of Virginia when this law was enacted. All right, so Christians in actuality, there's no real proof that it actually meant a specific complexion colored person, like a white pale-faced person. It actually just meant Englishman or European. Englishman, instead of them being called indentured servants, they consider themselves Christians. That's what, see the parentheses? There's a parentheses here. All right, it wasn't just white. While it is not a part of our purpose in this article to show that white servants were ever bound in servitude to colored masters, all right, they're saying, we're not trying to say, listen to what they're saying. They're saying, we're not trying to say that there was white people, slaves to black masters or people of color or Negro masters, right? It says the inference from this prohibition upon the property rights of the free Negroes is that colored freemen had at least attempted to acquire white or Christian servants. They're letting you know straight up, they wouldn't make laws like this, right? Why do they make laws? We know. If you're good at laws, you know why they make laws, right? Something happens, it keeps happening. Eventually, they make a law about it, right? To make it stop happening, right? So obviously, for them to make a law of something, telling a Negro or an Indian, which is, so that meant that they were able to before, because they had to make a law about it. You get it? They had to make a law about it. It was happening. There was Negro people owning white people in Virginia. It was happening. They made a law to make it stop. In a revision of the law 78 years later, it was deemed necessary to retain the prohibition and to annex the provision that if any free Negro or mulatto shall nevertheless presume to purchase a Christian white servant, such servant shall immediately become free. And if they attempt to, then they should be free, they said. Continue on page 234, it says, if we see in these laws nothing more than precautionary measures against a possible reversal of the usual order of white master and black servant to that of a black master and white servant, they are nevertheless significant as commentaries on the extent of the remaining unimpaired property rights of a black freeman. You see what they're letting you know here. They were trying to maintain a specific order. Remember, the invention of the white race. Remember what they were doing. Disenfranchising the so-called Negro, making it harder for him to be successful. They wanted a specific order, which was white master and black servant. They made it a race thing. It wasn't a race thing. Remember, they were calling themselves Christians. All right? Listen to what it's telling you here. Only in the light of these prohibitions do we see the full significance of the last clause of the act, which reads, but yet not debarred from buying any of their own nation. But they what? The law said, but you guys can still own your own people, enslave your own people. With no evidence beyond this explicit admission in the written law of the right of free Negroes to own servants and slaves of their own race, it could scarcely be doubted that there were in the colony colored men known to the framers of this law who held to service persons of their own race and color. But when the court records are open and the strange story of the free Negro, Anthony Johnson's strange story, it's a strange story. You get it? It's a strange story. They're going to tell you it's a strange story. That's the hijack. This is so strange. What do you mean a black man owned another black man? What do you mean? He made him become a slave for life. What are you talking about, Cootie Mel? That's a strange story. Just like this journal saying. It says, Anthony Johnson and his slave John Kaiser is read and understood. We are forced to a realization of the impartial attitude of the law toward black masters, not only in its outward expression, but also in its actual application. The discovery of the fact that Anthony Johnson was a slave owner led to a further examination of court records and land patents for additional information concerning him. In the court records of Northampton County in 1653, it was found recorded that Anthony Johnson, Negro, has this day made his complaint to G Court that John Johnson, Sr., most unrightly detained a patent of his for 450 acres of land, which patent John Johnson, Negro, claimeth and boldly affirms to be his land. You see, he went to court with another, what, so-called Negro, another John Johnson, all right? They're fighting with some land. A search in the early land patents of the state revealed a grant by the authorities of the state of 250 acres of land in Northampton County to Anthony Johnson, a Negro. The grant was made as head rights. Remember what a head right was. This was how they received indentured servants, and every indentured servant they got 50 lands. The colony gave the person 50 acres for every indentured servant the person had or brought over from Europe. All right, so the head right system in the colony. Still, upon the importation by the Negro of 5 persons in the colony. So again, the grant was made as head rights upon the importation by the Negro of 5 persons into the colony. So he got 5 people, right? So that would be 250 acres, 50 acres for each. Still pursuing the record of this black freeman who was able to maintain a slave, the following was discovered in the records of the County Court of Northampton. So they're finding all kinds of stuff when they study Anthony Johnson's history, right? He sailed to Virginia in 1621 aboard the James. See, now he sailed to Virginia aboard the James. Where was the James coming from? The Virginia Muster Census of 1624 lists his name as Antonio, not given recorded as a Negro in the notes column. All right, we just got that. Historians have some dispute as to whether this was the Antonio later known as Anthony Johnson, as the census lists several Antonios. This one is considered the most likely. You see, they don't even know if they have the right one. So now they're making up a whole Angola thing and they're trying to link it up because these people are not supposed to exist. They're not supposed to be black people, owners, plantation owners, or free or indentured servants. They never taught you about indentured servitude. They wanted you to think Kunta kinte. That's all they wanted you to think. All right. Johnson was sold as an indentured servant, though. That's quoted. That we can research that. To a white planter named Bennett to work on his Virginia tobacco farm. Slave laws were not passed until 1661 in Virginia. All right. He wasn't a slave because it wasn't even there. It didn't even exist until 1661. Really. Prior to that date, says hijack Africans, so-called Africans, right? People of color were not officially considered to be slaves. People of color were not officially considered to be slaves. All right, we got many quotes here. Antonio.
Hey, so real quick, just to answer Todd. Hey, Todd, Anthony Johnson is not from Africa. I know that's the story they told us. He's not from Africa. Now it says here he worked under the white planter Bennett. Now Bennett is not even white. Bennett was a merchant. We're going to show you what kind of merchant. And when I say the merchants, most of them were Sephardic Jews. Yeah, I'm going to show you. that Bennett is actually a Jewish name. I'm going to show you that right now. But I'm going to keep going real quick with this for Anthony Johnson. But you got to dust your own hijack. Because, you know, that's the whole point of this presentation. We've been here 2 hours, almost 3 hours now. I'm trying to let you know that this is the real middle passage. There ain't no Africans. You gotta pay real attention to this. You know, I'm gonna get like one of those mean teachers right now. You gotta really start paying attention here and let go of your hijacks, or you're gonna fail the test. I'm gonna fail you. You ain't passing the year. I'm gonna fail you. You ain't paying attention. And I'm not just going at you, Tom. I'm going at everybody. I mean, I'm just being aggressive right now, you know. And you know, it might be late for you guys. We're about to end it, you know. Don't worry, man. Like we got part 2 coming tomorrow. I'm almost done here. Give me about 20, 30 minutes, and we out of here. But Todd, you know, definitely not from Africa. Anybody still believe in anybody coming out of Africa? You're saying, well, these Negroes, so-called Negroes, are African, anyways. No, they're not African. If anything, I believe I already know he was coming from England. Because he's Bennett's, again, this guy's so-called indented servant, Bennett. He was a merchant. He brought like 8,000 or 800, I forget if it was 8,800 servants with him. Bennett established a big plantation, and that's where Anthony Johnson was working under Bennett. Now I'm gonna show you the original muster census roll of the ship he came on, and listen him under Bennett. I'm gonna show you that right after this. I know I'm in Wikipedia right now, but just give me some time.
Almost lost his life in an Indian massacre, says in 1622 when his master's plantation was attacked. The Powhatan, who were the Native Americans dominant in the Tidewater, Virginia, were trying to evict the colonists from their lands. The Powhatans were like, yo, you guys are in our lands, get out of here. They attacked the settlement where Johnson worked on Good Friday and killed 52 of 57 men. The following year, 1623, Mary, listen to this, a Negro arrived from where? From England. Remember, from what ship? Aboard the Margaret and John. This is historic. You can research that. A Negro from England. A Negro from England. Again, marry a Negro from England.
Again, marry a Negro from England, not Africa, just like Anthony. All right. Who were the Spanish Portuguese enslaving? And Todd, no worries, man. No, you just slipped in. That was obvious. You know, I was just, that's, you know, I just gotta, you know. You gave a little comment, I had to come at you, man. No, dodge the hijack, man. I'm trying to help you here, man. Trust me, man. Believe it. All right, so Mary again, a Negro arrived from England, not from Africa, not from Sierra Leone, not from Ghana, from England. England, her motherland, England. Let's go.
Again, marry a Negro from England, not Africa. That was his wife eventually. All right, she was brought to work on the same plantation as Antonio, where she was the only woman. It says Antonio married and lived together for more than 40 years. All right, so real quick, just to verify that info about Anthony Johnson and his wife, Mary, and what they're listed here says the original list of.
Yeah, so yeah, exactly. I did a video and we were like linking it, but we just read it right here. There's historians are usually confused whether it's Anthony that came on this ship to James 1621 or if it was one of those 20-odd Negroes. All right, but the key to knowing who it was is who the so-called slave master was, or the person that he was working under, which was Bennett. And once you know who was actually working under Bennett, I'm about to show you right now. This is the primary source. Pay attention. Anthony Johnson was in Bennett's plantation. I'm going to show you where Anthony the Negro came from.
Persons of quality, emigrants, religious exiles, political rebels, servant men sold for a term of years, apprentices, children stolen, maidens pressed, and others who went from Great Britain to the American plantations. From where? From Great Britain, not Africa, from Great Britain in the 1600s to 1700s, with their ages, the localities where they formerly lived in the mother country, England, not Africa, the names of the ships in which they embarked, and other interesting particulars. From manuscripts preserved in the State Paper Department of Her Majesty's Public Record Office in England, edited by John Cannon Houghton. All right, we go to page 255, and we're in this muster, which means this census. All right, this muster, and this census is of the inhabitants of Waris Koyak. taken the 7th of February 1624. It says the muster or census of Edward Bennett's servants. So Bennett, and these are his
All right,
servants.
again, Bennett. All right, Bennett. That is Anthony Johnson's so-called slave master. That was the person he had to work for, help out before he got his freedom. Edward Bennett. This is it. This is a primary source here. So when historians try to say, well, we don't know, we're confused if he was one of those 20 odd, yeah, because the 20 odd so-called odd Negroes, right? They're trying to say those are Africans. So it's better if they kind of hint that it was actually one of those. So you're not sure, right? But we know even those 20 odd so-called Negroes came from a Spanish ship in the west, in the up the coast of Veracruz in Mexico. So there is no proof that that was Africans either. That's all conjecture. It's all conjecture. You got to show me when they took Anthony from Angola. What ship? Who? What time? When? How did he get on that Spanish ship? And how did he get from that Spanish ship up here? You know, you got to give me all that. All right, because we have right now. I'm going to show you Antonio A. Negro, right, under Edward Bennett's servants, coming on what in the James 1621.
These are his servants, Edward Bennett servants, all right, in Virginia. And it lists here Antonio A. Negro, right? Antonio A. Negro, that's Anthony, right? Remember, this is 1624. And it also lists who? Marry a Negro woman in the Margaret and
All right,
John.
so I messed up right there. 1621. I was looking at the top, as you can see, it says in the James 1621. That's when he arrived. Anthony Johnson, that's when he arrived in the James 1621. His wife later, that became his wife later on, arrived in 1622 on the Margaret and John. We just got that on the Wikipedia. And where did she arrive from? England. It matches what is in here. These chips are coming from England. All right. Marry a Negro from England, right? Right. This is a primary source. Antonio A. Negro. What? Edward Bennett. These are his servants. We're going to see. Servants doesn't mean slaves. Servants. These are his servants. Edward Bennett. Antonio and Mary. They're both in here.
And John, 1622. She came in the Margaret and John ship. Mary, a Negro woman, came in the Margaret and John ship. Now, what is significant about that is that the Margaret and John ship, we already know the title of this book is from Great Britain, but that ship left England. It was coming from England. She's a Negro woman from England who married Anthony, another Negro. So they marry, and then they have slaves of so-called Negro people slaves, and also white pale-faced people, servants or slaves. Got the Virginia Commonwealth University, emancipators, protectors, and anomalies, free black slave owners in Virginia. An anomaly because you're a black person who's a master, so they have to try to write this somehow as an anomaly because they're finding this in the record. You know, on page 321, it says, free black slave ownership was less complicated when it began in the 1650s. When it began in the 1650s, black slave owners in the 1650s. So what are you talking about? African slavery and blacks have been oppressed, and there was people who actually oppressed their own people. So it wasn't about a complexion thing, is what I'm trying to show you here, right? Free black ownership was less complicated when it began in the 1650s, but when it threatened to grow, legislators took quick action to limit it. More famous than either Archibald Batty or Pharaoh Shepherd was Anthony Johnson of the Eastern Shore, one of the earliest so-called Afro-Americans to own any kind of bondsman in Virginia. Indeed, in 1655, Johnson successfully petitioned for judicial reversal of a court-ordered emancipation of his servant 1 year earlier.
This is the story
All right. So real quick, just want to go to some more information here. Anthony Johnson. All right, just real quick. I just want to add this to it. All right. So we got here the book, The Free Negro in Virginia, 1619-1865 by John H. Russell. All right, and it says here, let's see, to start. Okay, so it says, since it is the fact that the white population in the colony in 1619 had not been familiar in England with a system of slavery or with a model of slave code, And since they had developed in Virginia a system of servitude and were fortifying it by law, it is plausible that the Africans became servants in a condition similar to the status of white servants. What Africans? All right, so Dodge the Hijack, again, this is a modern take book. This is going with the Pan-African story. What Africans? They're coming from England. We just showed Anthony coming from England. All right. According to the list of living and dead in Virginia in 1623 and the muster rolls of the settlements in Virginia, the census made in 1624 and 1625, they were in the colony 23 Africans. They are all listed as servants, thus receiving the same class name as many white persons enumerated in the list. Some had names as, for instance, Angelo, a Negro woman, and John Pedro, a negro aged 30. Others apparently had no names and were designated simply by the word Negro under the caption servant. In the opinion of Thomas Jefferson, the right to these Negroes was common, or perhaps they lived on a footing with the whites, who, as well as themselves, were under the absolute direction of the president. Were any of all these Negroes permitted to realize the freedom to which servants were entitled under the law and customs of servitude? In the records of the county courts dating from 1632 to 1661, Negroes are designated as servants, Negro servants, or simply Negroes, but never in the records which we have examined were they termed slaves. They were never called slaves in the records and the actual primary sources. They were never called slaves, these so-called Negroes. So when you're in class and the text was saying these African slaves, you got to dodge the hijack big time, because they make a lot of these so-called Negro people. These could be Europeans, these could be Indians. They make them into so-called African slaves, and they were never even considered slaves ever. All right, I'm sorry about that. By an order of the General Court, a Negro brought from the West Indies to Virginia in 1625 was declared to belong to Sir Francis Wyatt, then governor, as his servant. There is nothing in the record which indicates that servant meant the same as slave. It's not the same as slave. All right, among the 23 American servants, African servants, it says, enumerated in 1624, was a Negro named Anthony. Okay, just so you dodge the hijack, you see we already got Anthony came on the ship 1621 most likely, and if anything, he was one of 20 odd Negroes they're saying right here, which is no proof of them being African. They were coming from the Caribbean off the coast of Mexico. That's where they got pirated. Get it? So they add in their hijack here, but they're still trying to teach you, like, look, it's not the same as slaves, though. You know, even though they're African, slave, you know, they're serving, they're African. They keep adding the African. They just, as long as they keep saying African in your head, that's the hijack. You get it? That's the spell. That's the word. That's the trigger word. That's the trigger word. Don't fall for it. I just showed you a primary source listing Anthony the Negro coming from the James from England, 1621. All right, so it says here, Anthony Negro and a woman named Mary serving under different masters in the county court records of Norton Plan of date of February 28, 1652 is the following order. So I guess they're trying to prove that he was free, and we know he was a free man. We know, you know, he had his own slaves eventually. Just want to move on real quick. All right, this is a great website I'm going to talk over in the future. Black people in late 18th century Britain. All right, that's the hijack. All right, so this is James, the ship supposedly that he came on. The ship James made several trips during the early 17th century. Great migration of England to the New World. From England to the New World. From England to the New World. Never went to Africa. It is unclear how many ships were named James during the Great Migration, as the name James was very popular in England during the reign of James I of England. It says that during 1621, 1622, it appears that James landed right around the New Year, because some of the passengers report as landing in 1621 and others in 1622, most likely due to winter conditions. The first few of the ship were servants of Edward Bennett. Edward Bennett, what is he? It says was an English merchant. He was a merchant. He's the so-called slave owner. He's the merchant, Sephardic. He's the one with the money, basically. He had money to get indentured servants. He had the connects. He had the ship. He had the everything. It's all family. Port Jews, it's all family. All right, so again, very wealthy person, a wealthy London merchant, that he paid over 800 servants to travel to the New World. Not 800 Africans, 800 servants And servants does not mean slave. They were never called slave. They were always called servants. 800 of them from England or anywhere else in Europe to the New World, not Africa, to work his plantations. Again, we got the primary source, which they probably won't list here. They're not listing the book I just showed you here. But this is the exact thing of the list of the book where they had, see, Antonio, a Negro, servant of Edward Bennett. And who else? Mary's got to be in here somewhere, his wife. All right, but Antonio the Negro, see it under Edward Bennett. I just wanted to show you guys. All right. Edward Bennett, a colonist, an English merchant based in London and a free member of the Virginia Company. He was actually part of the Virginia Company. Oh, we know the Sephardic Jews were heavily involved in that finance. A Puritan. Oh, a Puritan who had lived in Amsterdam. Oh, Amsterdam, Dutch. Like Dutch Amsterdam, where it was actually called New Jerusalem. Why was Amsterdam called New Jerusalem? Pop quiz. Who remembers? Because all the Sephardic Jews had gathered there. They made that their Jerusalem. They were very prosperous in Amsterdam. They became the Dutch. They became the Dutch ship navigators. All right. For a period, he established the first large plantation in the colony of Virginia in North America in what has been known as Warokuyoake Shire, later Isle of Wight, right? County. To satisfy head right requirements, man-granted land patents had to recruit new settlers. Bennett is credited with recruiting more than 600 immigrants to the New World, most of whom were transported as indentured servants. Required to work off their passage for periods of 5 or 7 years, the colony of Virginia needed workers to support its development. Again, when do the Africans come in? So it was just Anthony. So far, the one they're saying the only African, right? Anthony. So we got one African out of hundreds of thousands of indentured servants. And these people didn't have descendants. Despite his involvement in developing Virginia, Bennett was based in London for most of his career. It was the center of his trading and political connections. He married there and all his 9 children were born there. He wasn't even here that much. All right. So an interesting thing about Bennett, it says later as an adult as part of the Protestant Reformation. All right. He was a Protestant. Who's the Protestants? Sephardic merchant. He's a merchant Protestant from Amsterdam. You guys saw my Sephardic Protestant merchant videos, right? Nations of the World, part 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, where I went over who these people are. And everything leads to them being people of color, not white people. Okay? And he was what? Associated with Puritans who supported Calvinism. Get the whole history. Go back to my Huguenot video. Get the whole history. South Carolina Huguenot video. All those videos. Get the full history. All right. This is Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. A genealogical history by Elizabeth Caldwell Hirschman and Donald N. Yates. Excuse if you hear my dog in the background. You know, he must be after some wild animal. All right, we're gonna get a little bit of this book. This book is awesome. We're gonna go through this book, trust me, like a lot. I just, you know, before we get into all the stuff in this book, we've gone over it a lot in my Huguenots video and my Sparta European videos and Nations of the World. Here's a little bit more in it. Because one of the first of these outlying settlements was Berkeley 100, established in 1619. It included 35 colonists. Another group arrived in 1620 aboard the Supply included Nicol Hill, the ancestor of one of the authors, who was descended from the same Hill family in Bristol that married into the Drake family. Drake. I did somebody's genealogy, and you're not gonna believe me right now, probably, but when I do the video, then you're gonna believe me, right? And I'm gonna show you these people were indicating people of color all the way up till we got to this lady named Elizabeth Drake. And you know what happened? She turned out to be Francis Drake's family. Francis Drake's family. Right? So the Drake family is the same family. As mentioned earlier, others founding plantations and estates were Richard Pace, Nathaniel Causey, John Raffy, Isaac Madison, Samuel Maycock, Edward Leisk, Checkname, Richard Bates, Griville Pooley, Poe, Isaac Chapman from Jacob the Patriarch, who was traveling merchant, Edward Gorney, Gargunis, Ashkenazi, Nathaniel Powell, Tom Harris, English Jewish, Samuel Jordan, and Mary Tully. All right, so what I wanted to show you though, down here, it says in 1619, the Virginia Company sent 150 people to set up 3 ironworks under the charge of Captain Bluett. Eventually, these were taken over by John Berkeley and his son Maurice. At George Sandys Plantation, there was a Frenchman, Daniel Poole, right? Sephardic name. So this Frenchman is Sephardic, right? So-called colored person. Frenchman, but he's actually Sephardic. And 20 Italians with parentheses. At Hugh Crowder Plantation, we find a Richard Pace, Peace, perhaps originally Shalom or Solomon. William Perry, Sephardic, Perry. Did you know Perry was a Sephardic surname? Perry. Richard Richards and Thomas Garcia, Spanish, right? From Spain. Christopher Lawn Plantations was furnished with 100 immigrants and supplies sent to him by Richard Wiseman, Moroccan name, Wiseman. Oh, you thought that was Jewish. You thought that was like a German Jew. No, that's a Moroccan name. And Nathaniel Bass, Byzantine or Roman Jewish. Bass eventually moved to Virginia himself, as did Edward Bennett. Edward Bennett, a well-established London merchant. Oh, Bennett, that's all his people right here. That's all his people right here. We're in this book. It says Book of Jewish and Crypto-Jewish Surnames. Book of Jewish and Crypto-Jewish Surnames. Judith K. Jarvis, Susan L. Levin, Donald Yates. All right. What does it say? See, after the Lopez affair, Sephardic Jews in England were out of favor. All right, we're just going into our Sephardic studies here, man. Sephardic diaspora, the merchants and all that. We already got this in Nations of the World series. Go ahead and get that drop. Make sure to catch up on this info. Very important. You might have this in your genealogy. All right. Again, interest dwindled in establishing Virginia as a bulwark against Spanish threats in America, but Elizabeth's successor renewed colonization efforts, and we find Jewish or crypto-Jewish names once again sprinkled through the settler list after Jamestown, Argyle, Hammer, Piercy, Porat, Wyatt, Hill, Licks, Poole, Garganus, Harris, Toohey. Moreover, according to Hirschman, at George Sandys Plantation, there was a Frenchman, Daniel Poole, Sephardic name, and 20 Italians. All right, so we just got this. Richard Pace, Peace. Okay, we got Perry. This is exactly what we just got. The only difference that in the other book, they didn't tell us what it says right here, which says, as did Edward Bennett. What does Bennett mean? Bennett actually comes out to be Baruch Bennett. It's an anglicized English variation of Baruch, blessing, with well-established London merchant Bennett Baruch. All right. So it says here, Bennett, origin of surname, Bennett. Surnames derive from one of the different origins. Sometimes there may be more than one explanation, all right? It says Bennett and Bennett belong to the large group of Jewish surnames. What type of Jewish? Talking about Sephardic people. Based on the biblical Baruch, blessed in Hebrew, was the son of Neriah, scribe and trusted companion of the prophet Jeremiah, who sat down. All right, so you guys get it. There's different variations of this. It says North African families are called Baruch, Baro, Baruch, Barak, with varying, including the suffix L. Barak, Obama, meaning God in Hebrew. Baruchiel. All right, Baruch. It says German for bridge. Other variants were derived from the Latin equivalent Benedict. So Benedict. So they'll tell you when you go to the House of Names, they'll say it arrives from Benedict, but they don't tell you what Benedict arrives from, because Benedict goes back to Baruch. For example, Bendit, Benes, Bondi, and Bondo. Translation to German includes Seligman, into Latin Felix, and into Italian Benedette. Germanized forms range from Bernhard, Born, and Borchardt or Borg. French variants from Benoit to Burnett. Russian use transformed Baruch into Barbakov, an acronym of name created from the initial letters of a Hebrew phrase, and which refers to a relative, lineage, or occupation for Ben Baruch, Cohen, plus a Russian suffix. All right. So it says a westernized spelling. All right. A westernized spelling variant of the standard Russian son of, and their English cousins became what? Barnett, Barry, or Bennett. Distinguished bearers of the Jewish family name Bennett include Hungarian-born Talmudist, blah, 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 a chief rabbi of Moravia, Moravia. That's a future video. Who are the Moravians? What do they have to do with Covia Bank and the settlement, with the Lenape and all that? Who's the Lenape Moors? Who's the Moravians? Future video. You guys believe me? I got it coming, man. I got it coming. Again, Bennett, we're just talking about a Hebrew name. We're just talking about a Hebrew name, Bennett. Bonnet, Bennett. Blessed, Baruch. Right? This is the surnames and dictionary of Jewish surnames from Galicia. Yeah, Bennett's in here. It's in here somewhere, guys. Trust me. I found it earlier. All right. What's it say here? Over the past 2 decades, again, this is the book Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America, a Genealogical History by Elizabeth Calvert Hirschman, Donald N. Yates. All right, over the past 2 decades, Jewish scholars have gradually recognized that it was Sephardic Jews, not the better known Ashkenazim of Central Europe, who acted as avatars of modernization. It was Sephardic Jews, not Ashkenazi. It was Sephardic Jews, not Ashkenazi. People of color, who acted as avatars of modernization, laid the groundwork for collective identity and the eventual emancipation of Jews. Tracks such as Amsterdam Chief Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel's Hope of Israel stirred popular yearnings for such a utopia of religious tolerance and American Indian-style sovereignty and self-reliance. They wanted to be you. According to Ben Israel's biographer Cecil Roth, the Sephardic Messianic Manifesto beat a royal way through the steppes, forests, and villages of the Ashkenazi Jews. All right. It says here the first voyage to Roanoke, 1584, had a Captain Phillips Amadas and Arthur Barlow, both of whom, to judge by their surnames, were almost certainly Sephardic. Again, who were these captains? Who were these merchants bringing all these indentured servants? Who was these people spiriting, kidnapping people, bounding them, treating them cruel on their way over here, sometimes like really bad. They're dying on the way, throwing them overboard. They're getting sick, very bad conditions. A real middle passage here, done by who? Sephardic Jews and Moors, Moorish Moriscos, crypto Moors, crypto Jews. The ship company included William Greenfield, brother Richard mentioned above, perhaps originally Campo Verde, John and Benjamin Wood, perhaps Silva, James Borowich, Henry Green, Nicholas Petman, John Hughes, and Simon Ferdinando, a known Portuguese converso. Oh, there goes another word I was leaving out, converso. What? They had converted. They were fake Christians. They weren't real Christians. They were secret. They were new Christians, but they were crypto Jews, crypto Muslims. All right, these were the shipmasters. These were the colonists. These were the people settling in. As before, the ship stopped first at the Canary Islands, a land with large converso Morisco population. A large converso Morisco population. Where in the Canary Islands? And what were they doing there? Sugar plantations. They were bringing Indians there. You guys remember my Indian enslavement videos? They were bringing so many Indians there to work. And who was making them work? Sephardic Jews were there. A lot of Moriscos, Muslims, Morisco population, Muslims. A Morisco is a secret Muslim, converted to Christianity. Upon reaching the North American mainland near Cape Fear, the ship's log discusses Captain Arby and Captain Bonington's Sephardic surnames. A trading family later active in Jamaica. Do you guys understand how many Sephardic Jews were actually in Jamaica? Pirates in Port Royal. How many convicts they sent to Port Royal? It was a really gangster town in Port Royal back in the 1600s. You think it's gangster in Jamaica now? It was pretty gangster back then too. Pretty gangster back then. A lot of convicts and criminals. We're gonna read that possibly tomorrow. Pattern seems clear. In names such as John Gostigo, Anton Roos, Thomas Parrick, Joseph Borges, Spanish surname, and Bennett, Baruch, Bennett, again, Edward Bennett, Anthony Johnson, slave master. You guys understand that? Overstand? Bennett was a merchant Sephardic. It was a person of color too. He owned Anthony Johnson for a number of years. He might have helped him. Hey, I'll help you. You work for me for 7 years. I'll help you get land after that. Not to mention Dogman Gaines, our friend Joachim Gans, be those of typical Britons. You think they're just typical Britons? You think it's just English coming in when it says Englishman or it says Irishman or it says French? Those are just tags. These people were living in these parts of Europe for a long time, a couple generations, a lot of them. They were very wealthy. They were prominent there in these places. If not, if they were poor, if they couldn't get their passage, family members will help them get indented, or they would indent themselves, put themselves on the bounded, servitude just to come to America. It wasn't always about evil people just trying to colonize, people just trying to, do them, live their, life, and, help their families grow at the expense of others, of course, in America. But that's just the way, that's how it was back then, right there, All right, so I can keep going. This is a great book. Anthony Johnson, this is from PBS. It says, in some ways, he was a lucky man, to be sure, finding yourself in bondage in Virginia, in tobacco plantations. Remember, just like the Lambert guy, right? Philip Lambert earlier, we did his genealogy. Remember, he was sent to Virginia to tobacco plantation as well. He's supposed to be a white guy, just like Anthony Johnson, same fate. Anthony Johnson first arrived in Virginia when? 1621. That means he came under James in 1621 from England. He came under James, referred to as Antonio Negro in early records. PBS is telling you, no, there's no confusion. That's actually Anthony. That's the real Anthony, the one that came in 1621. Antonio Negro. Antonio went to work on tobacco plantation for Bennett, remember, for the Sephardic Jew. Anthony nearly lost his life when the Indians attacked Bennett's plantation. Yep. They killed 50 people in his plantation. All right, it says Anthony's luck continued several years later. Mary Negro was brought into the worker plantation. She was the only woman on the plantation. I highly doubt that. I mean, the only woman. Anthony and Mary eventually bought their way out of bondage that acquired their own land during the 1640s. Anthony and Mary lived at their own place, raising livestock. By the 1650s, their estate had grown to 250 acres. For any ex-servant, black or white, to own his own land was uncommon, despite the promise made by the Virginia Company to give tract of land to each servant at the end of service. For an ex-servant to own 250 acres was rarer still. He came up. Anthony Johnson came up. The Johnsons came up. The progenitor of the Johnson line came up. All right, I'm not trying to say you guys are descended from slavery. I'm just trying to give you a history. There's Indians involved in all this. Trust me, I'm not leaving the Indians out. I'm just trying to show you don't leave these people out. I know most likely you weren't leaving Anthony out because you knew he was a so-called black man. But now I'm telling you he's English. He might be English or one of these Sephardic Jews that was coming in from England. All right. So in 1665, Anthony and his family sold their 250 acres and moved to Maryland, all right? So that's the story. We're going to get an actual real deep video about Anthony. I'm going to try to do a genealogy. And we're going to show that, and we're going to get up to him and hopefully see if we can get past him, who was his parents. All right, that's Anthony Johnson's history. This is from PBS too. And this is, it says Johnson, it says, this painting could be fairly important. Dodge the hijack with the whitewashing. Because we know Anthony Johnson's a so-called Negro, right? It says, according to Paul Haynick, author of Free People of Color, North Carolina, this Thomas Johnson, a wealthy Maryland planter, was none other than the great-grandson of Anthony Johnson, one of the earliest so-called African Americans to settle in Virginia. Where are you getting the African from? You just told us in the other page it came in 1621. That chip was coming from England. So where are you getting the African from, PBS? And it is this very Anthony Johnson who was a pivotal figure in the debate over the origins of slavery. Why is it a debate? Because it doesn't make sense that he was a black slave owner. All right. So this guy's supposed to descend from Anthony Johnson. Dodge the hijack. Dodge the hijack. All right. So I just wanted to show you guys this. This is real history. All right. Johnson, it says, is a Denmark, English, Scottish, Swedish, Irish. That's a lot of countries. That tells me a whole history. They were moving around, right? These John sons were moving around. Why were they moving around? All right, so there's a lot of history here. Okay. And again, just want to show you this. This is the book Atlantic Diaspora, Jews, Conversos, and Crypto Jews in the Age of Mercantilism. And I'm not going to read from this, but I just wanted to show you, you know, future videos where we're going to be talking about Said the essays gathered in this volume offer wide-ranging exploration of the role of Jews and crypto-Jews in the Atlantic world. Crypto between 1500 and 1800. The rationale for this collection was originally conceived as a convergence of two streams of scholarly endeavor, one focused on Atlantic history and another on so-called port Jews. As I was saying, port Jews. Who's these port Jews? And one of those ports was in Charleston, South Carolina. These port Jews. All right, again, when we talk about these so-called slave masters and these ship owners and all that, you're talking about these port Jews, these Sephardic crypto Jews, these crypto Morisco Muslims. They owned all this stuff. They were the ones in charge of the trade and the history of Atlantic. You cannot leave the Jews out of it. The Sephardic people of color, if you want to talk about Atlantic history, that's who you're going to run into, right? Port Jew, as distinct from court Jew, a term that refers to Jewish bankers and financiers who surrounded the Austrian emperors and other European princes, was coined to suggest the distinctive experience of Jewish merchants who lived in dynamic Mediterranean and Atlantic port cities in the early modern era. With their far-flung network, complex web of relationships, constant movement back and forth, these port Jews epitomized the restlessly fluid border crossing and cultural bridging qualities that characterize life in the Atlantic basin. Intermediary brokers living between Christian and Muslim lands, negotiating between Catholic and Protestant empires. All right, they was the middlemen and everything. Poor Jews were extraordinarily diverse. They were what? Diverse. They weren't just white. They were diverse, and indeed, the term itself includes not only practicing Jews who adhered closely to the tradition of their ancestral faith, but also crypto Jews and Christians descended from Jews, known as New Christians. Cristãos Novos, in the Portuguese Empire, and conversos in the Spanish Empire, who maintained, however, imperfectly some form of Judaic religious observance and identity. Individual circumstances varied, but many poor Jews were classically in between people, liminal individuals whose energy, ambition, in some instances, economic success derived from the inherent precariousness of their daily lives. That was just their culture. You get it? All right, so we're gonna go back to the presentation. We're almost done tonight. We got about 17, 20 more minutes left in it. And then we're gonna, do the dismount and just end it for today. We're gonna do part 2 of this tomorrow. All right, so make sure to tune in. But I just wanted to show you a little bit of the history of Anthony Johnson. All right, now we're gonna go into part of the video where this guy is actually talking about the Mayflower. In case you don't know, the Mayflower was mostly, more than half of them were indentured servants, and included Protestants, Sephardic Jews, all that. So all this time we thought all these were white people, these pilgrims, so-called pilgrims. Nah, a lot of them were indentured servants and convicts and stuff. Same thing. They were forced. Some of them were forced to go on that ship. All right. So let me go ahead and music real quick.
The Mayflower, actually, of the Pilgrim voyage, on 3 days before or 2 or 3 days before they landed, the majority of the people there, over 50%, were indentured servants. The majority of the people there, over 50%, were indentured servants, and they staged a revolt on board. And what came out of it is the famous document known as the Mayflower Compact, where all the people there were declared themselves equal, free and equal. They revolted against the form of servitude that most of them had been committed, had signed up to put themselves under. Well, in the colonies, most of the colonies, or all of the British colonies, were really set up by corporations. And as soon as possible, people who were hooked into it, who were often indentured servants, where they signed up for passage for a certain number of years, they would have to work off the money that the passage cost, and then they were able to get off on their own. And as soon as they got out, and many of them just ran away from that form of bondage, and went off into the wilderness.
And this book is called Colonists in Bondage: White Servitude and Convict Labor in America, 1607 to 1776. Now, it reaches that year, but we know that it actually continued after that. Abbott Emerson Smith is the author. It says a search and exploration of a very profitable and frequently criminal trade and its impact on colonial life before the Revolution. So we're in part 1 again, chapter 1, Indentured Servants and Redemptioneers. This book is about those white people who went to the British colonies in North America and who, because they were unwilling or unable to pay the cost of their own passage, became bond servants for a period of years to some colonial master who paid it for them. All right, so we've already gone over this. We understand now what indentured servitude and the whole passage and why they had to be bound or be servants for 7 years, because they couldn't pay for it on their own. And it doesn't always mean that these people were willingly coming either. So a lot of these people were being forced. So somebody had to pay for their transportation. All right. They were variously known as indentured servants, redemptioneers, or in order to distinguish them from the Negroes, as Christians or white servants. All right, we got this in the very first video, part 1. They weren't called white servants in the beginning. They were just being called Christians. Now, this is very important. I know in this book it's going to say they were calling them Christian to distinguish them from the Negroes. But in reality, these Europeans, these indentured servants, were both black and white, not just white. So yeah, they were being called Christians to distinguish them from the aboriginals, not the Negroes, the aboriginals. All right. Many of them were convicts from the jails, transported instead of being hanged. A few were political and military prisoners, taken in war or rebellion. There were rogues, vagabonds, whores, cheats, and rabble of all descriptions, racked from the gutter and kicked out of the country. All right, all their undesirables, all these people they were just trying to get rid of, criminals, all these people, man, that they were just dumping over here. And it's no wonder why they did the things they did when they got here. There were unfortunate French, German, and Swiss Protestants, fleeing from religious persecution, starving and unhappy Irish, rag-rented Scottish farmers, poverty-stricken German peasants and artisans, brash adventurers of all sorts. People of every age and kind were decoyed, deceived, seduced, inveigled, or forcibly kidnapped and carried as servants to the plantation. All right, they were kidnapping people. Now they told you they were going to Africa kidnapping people. All right, now you see why this dude who wrote Roots, the original, I'm talking about the African, the one Alex Haley plagiarized, where he get all these ideas from. People getting kidnapped and brought to America to work in a plantation. This was happening to white people first, Europeans first. I'm not talking about slavery, I'm talking about in the Americas. When you're talking about setting up a colony, setting up an economy, building a town, you need free labor. In the Americas, this was done with indentured service, not African slaves, not in the beginning. And even at the end, we already know there is no proof. Where's the slave ships? You guys were already here. They were grabbing you from here. They had the labor force here. They didn't have to go spend money, bring a ship all the way to Africa, risk the adventure, the company, the business, and then bring Africans over here when you were already here. All right, they made you into indentured servant. They did that to the Indians. We already got all these videos. Got like 5 videos on that with all scholarly sources. Go back if you're new to my channel. There were many ordinary individuals of decent substance, and a few even who were entitled by the custom of time to be called gentlemen. All right, so he's trying to water it down a little bit. He said, well, there were some regular people. More than half of all persons who came to the colonies south of New England were servants. Again, you're a white American. You're most likely a descendant of a servant, a convict, or anything like that was sent over here. A vagabond, you read. From the complex pattern of forces produced in emigration to the American colonies, one stands out clearly as most powerful in causing the movement of servants. This was the pecuniary profit to be made by shipping them, put them in ships. Labor was one of the few European importations which even the earliest colonies would sacrifice much to procure, and the system of indentured servitude was the most convenient system, next to slavery, by which labor became a commodity to be bought and sold. Labor or your service was a commodity to be bought and sold. It was profitable for English merchants trading to the colonies to load their outgoing ships with a cargo of servants. Load what? Their ships? Load their ships with servants? What servants? English, Irish, Scottish, all these undesirables, not Africans. For the labor of these servants could be transferred to colonial planters at a price well above the cost of transporting them. It was profitable to the colonial planter to buy them, for he could rise from mere subsistence to prosperity only by commanding the labor of others beside himself. Hence, there was a constantly active stimulant to the emigration of servants, a powerful and resourceful group of merchants and shippers, always ready to accept the services of volunteers for the New World, and what was more important, to bring pressure to bear on doubtful candidates, to advertise the attractions of life in America, and even as a last resort, to collect a shipload of labor by forceful means. All right, they were advertising, making it seem, give a good picture of America, the American dream, and you can be successful, you can be free, you won't be a convict, you won't be a vagabond, you won't be an undesirable. All you have to do is work for 7 years and you get your land. And if they choose not to do it, they don't want to, what are they going to do? They're just going to do it by forceful means. They're going to go kidnap you. They're going to force you to come over here and work.
Now, this kind of indentured labor force, was it freed when America gained its independence and the British lost kind of the right to rule, or when did this practice end?
They were not granted their freedom under the United States Constitution, because there is a reference in the Constitution to bondsmen of unspecified races, and there were still people profiting from white bondage.
Now, when we talk about slavery, of course, to me this is mostly new. When we talk about slavery, we talk about these crowded ships coming over from Africa with people dying of diseases, people being kept in the holds of these primitive ships. Was it the same for whites?
The ships were not designed to carry human cargo. They were designed to carry cargo, period, which could be horses, it could be rum, it could be lumber. These ships exhibited a higher rate of fatality for white slaves, as I document in my book, in the Middle Passage, as it's known, than existed for black slaves.
All right, so again, I know a lot of you probably, forget and go off on the hijacking. These are trigger words. He's saying white were more in bondage, or white servitude was more. Remember, he's just saying white because these are Europeans. He wrote a whole book. He named it white. They were white and they were slaves. His misunderstanding, he's assuming, I mean, he's a scholar. This is an old interview. I don't know if he thinks like that now, but this is very old. He was still under the impression that all Europeans were white. He wants to talk about his, I guess, heritage, and he just wants to show, look, man, we were slaves too, but he has to understand. And I know you guys, a lot of you guys understand. You don't fall for the hijack, and you're ready to dodge the hijack when you hear it. All right, you're ready to dodge it. A lot of these were people of color. I'm not gonna, stop saying it. I'm gonna repeat it as many times as they repeat African, as many times as they repeat white, African. I'm gonna repeat, no, these are people of color. These are so-called black Europeans, so-called Negro Europeans, Negro, people of color, black Europeans, Negro, people of color, black Europeans too. Right? Put that in your mind. Let that get in, black trigger word. Let that be a trigger word. Like, oh yeah, wake up. Oh yeah. Wait, let me check my genealogy. We just chasing one heritage, a lot of us, man. And you want to put other people down based on how they look. You might have this heritage in you. All right, again, we're almost done. We're just gonna continue this book real quick.
Goes on in this first chapter to explain all the different schemes and all the different types of indentures and what happened when they got here a little bit. Schemes meaning what they did to get people to come over, how they promised them things, or how they, but it was they just wanted basically free labor. And it says here, while schemes such as these were carrying their hundreds to the plantations, the regular trade in indentured servants and redemptioners was carrying its tens of thousands. This trade was the backbone of the whole migratory movement. Neither imperialist visions and necessities, nor charitable impulses, nor religious enthusiasms, nor desire for landed possessions kept it going. All right, it wasn't none of those things that kept it going. but simply meaning it wasn't just because people were being persecuted religiously or anything like that, right? That's not the reason it kept going, but simply the fact that colonists wanted white laborers and were willing to pay merchants and ship owners for bringing them. All right, they wanted what? White laborers. What does it say anything about Africans here?
It's called Levelers and Fugitive Runaway Advertisements in the Contrasts in Political Economies of Mid-18th Century Massachusetts and Pennsylvania by Barry Levi, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Pennsylvania welcomed and thrived upon servants from Germany, Scotland, and Ireland, and many came. New England restricted their entry, attracted few servant immigrants, often scorned them, and largely used their own native-born population to do the hardest and most dangerous work. What are they talking about here? They used the Indians. Now, where did it say anything about Africans, right? Where did it say anything about Africans? Talking about German, Scottish, and Irish servants or slaves. And then we're talking about native-born people, the people born in that area, the indigenous people. That's who they were putting to work. A little further down it says between 1720 and 1760, Wokick estimates that some 67,185 German immigrants arrived at the docks in Philadelphia, at least half of as servants. So at least half of those were servants. All right. So what are we talking about? 34,000. But they're saying at least minimum. So they don't know. They're giving you a sugar-coated number here. A hapless and failed English servant apparently invented the term best poor man's country to describe Pennsylvania, indicating how attractive it was to such European labor irrespective of his personal failure. The lure worked well. Between 1720 and 1760, in addition to German migration, about 20 ships a year also arrived from Ireland. 20 ships from where? Ireland. Not the Caribbean with a bunch of Africans, or not from Africa with a bunch of Africans. It came from Ireland, 20 ships. Are we talking about slave ships? Oh, but these ain't slave ships, right? They won't call these slave ships. Actually, find me one real slave ship that brought Africans. I'm still waiting. Most packed with servants for sale. Again, 20 ships packed like sardines. We're gonna read this later. Packed like sardines. Packed with servants for sale. Who? Irish servants, not Africans. Are you starting to do the numbers? A steady flow of English servants also energized the economy. Although there were other forms of labor, Pennsylvanians came to rely on white servants and their descendants. On who did the Pennsylvanians come to rely on? On white, paleface, on white servants and their descendants. White, not Africans, on white servants and their descendants. Now, if you want to see if these are all white people just because they're coming from Ireland, Scotland, and England, now that's a whole different story, right? They're letting you know real history here when it comes to slavery or servitude in America. Being chattel property or treated like chattel property. All right, and further down it says the racial situation was different among workers in Delaware Valley. There were white workers. They faced free labor markets and few privileges. It made more sense for them to run away from their contractual service obligations. Not surprisingly, an overwhelming majority of runaways in Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey were white. 89%, all right? 89% of the runaways. We're talking about runaways, right? And they told us this was Africans escaping slavery. Harriet Tubman, right? So was Harriet Tubman helping these white indentured servants? Because it was 89% of them from Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. That's 3 states. That's a lot of people. And a mere 11% were so-called black, biracial, or Indian. That might be just one person right there. They might just be saying biracial because somebody looks mixed.
Now, again, I want to emphasize right here in this part, they're saying all white people. We're not looking at the slave ads right now that they're talking about. If you actually go and take the time individually to go see each slave ad, you'll see that the people's complexion is not the same. It's not going to all be pale or white or fair. Some of them are swarthy. Some of them are blacks, dark skin, ruddy, yellow. So when they're saying white, again, remember, because they're just talking about Europeans. And who was the rest? Oh, Indians. Oh, so there was more Europeans being enslaved at this point, or being brought as an indentured servants. Hmm.
They call somebody a train color, so we cross that out. Indian, well, that's you. Black is you. Biracial, well, they'd have to prove it. So again,
And we continue in the book, Colonists in Bondage, White Servitude and Convict Labor in America. Chapter 2, The Trade of Servants, Two Controlling Factors. Governor Sharp of Maryland wrote in 1755, the planters' portions here consist in the number of their servants, all right, who are purchased at high rates. They're purchasing who? Servants. These are not Africans, much as these states of an English farmer do in the multitude of cattle, all right, purchasing people like cattle, purchasing servants like cattle. A member of the Council of Maryland said that experience had shown that in all plantations where servants worked in the tobacco fields, in the tobacco fields, their labors would produce a yearly profit of 50 pounds sterling apiece, and commonly more. The Assembly of Barbados lamented in 1667 that in their island the planter lies under great charge and duty without much produce for want of such servants. The president of the Council of Pennsylvania told Governor Shirley of Massachusetts in 1756 that every kind of business here, as well as among the tradesmen and mechanics, as the planters and farmers, is chiefly carried on and supported by the labor of indentured servants. 1756. All right, all the way from 1607, we're talking about more than 100 years of them bringing in indentured servants. You understand how much population growth? If in 1756 they're still being supported by the labor of indentured servants, when did the so-called African slavery begin? Why would they still be paying high prices for white servants when they can go get Africans in 1756, supposedly, right? That's what they told us in school. Why would they pay if they can get free, right? And these indentured servants, remember, they had to feed them, clothe them, and give them contracts at the end. The contracts would expire. Why would they do that? You understand? This is actual history right here.
called levelers and fugitive runaway advertisements and the contrasts in political economies of mid-18th century Massachusetts and Pennsylvania by Barry Levi, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Historians are beginning to uncover a class of lifelong servile white workers, and cottagers in the middle colonies, and these advertisements confirm these findings. All right, these advertisements, these are recorded history. It confirms these findings and this unusual and depressing feature of the middle colonies labor system. All right, continuing this book, and right here it talks about how the runaways would do different things to escape and change their clothing and everything, so they would brand them, right? So it says here, in retaliation, Pennsylvania masters used tattoos to keep servants from simply shedding their clothes and thereby their historical identities. In all the New England and advertisements, not a single white runaway sported a tattoo. However, some 50 Pennsylvania white runaways had tattoos or brands imprinted on their bodies by their masters or merchant suppliers in order to deter escapes and aid in recaptures. Many servants, particularly from Quaker districts, had the initials of their names tattooed with gunpowder on their hands, usually the left hand near the thumb. Gunpowder tattoos were created by etching or cutting the skin with a needle and plugging the wounded skin with gunpowder. The burning procedure was not intensely painful, or so it is said.
All right. So real quick, I think we're gonna end it there. Let me see. I got this open. I just want to show you guys this. So we're gonna probably end it there for today. Again, like just a couple more hours on that presentation. A lot of more primary sources. All right, a lot of more primary sources. So we're gonna, get into it. I just want to show you guys here for all the new people. I heard somebody earlier say, well, it makes sense that these would be Black Europeans because the Moors or the Muslims or somebody invaded Europe and blah, 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 blah. Well, actually, when the Moors got there was already so-called Black people in Europe. It wasn't about skin back then either. It wasn't about, complexion back, there was already original indigenous inhabitants of Europe. All right. I want you to, if you haven't seen the videos, I did three videos. It's 3 parts. It's called Swarthy Europe and its Aboriginal inhabitants right here. Again, 3 parts. So, you know, make sure to get that part right here. This is part 1 and 2, and the 3 is somewhere there. But it's really good videos. We got the Huguenots video. Make sure to watch that video. Who are the Huguenots? All right, I know it's saying Huguenots. Alexander Hamilton, Swarthy West Indian. How was he described? He was a Sephardic Jew, and his mom was a Huguenot. Did you know that? He was a Sephardic Jew and Huguenot. 3 people of color slavers, the Decour. Do you guys know about the Decour family of Louisiana? Again, are all these people so-called Indians just because they're dark-skinned? Right? And you guys know my colorized Indian pictures. So you already know I'm not trying to say you're not Indian. All right? Copper-colored tribes of America. Sephardic Morisco free people of color, plantation, the Costas. In this video, I show you the slave-owning Black Irish family, the Costas. They're even listed as mulattoes born in Ireland. Mulattoes born in Ireland in the census. Swarthy Europe and its Aboriginal inhabitants. Come on. You think they all ended up in Africa? No, a lot of them came here. And this is what I was telling you guys. If you haven't watched this great series, one of my favorite series, Nations of the World. Nations of the World. You know, I shared part 1 the other day. If you want to get into the Sephardic Jewish element and the Moriscos and all these people who were the merchants, you can start at part 4, part 5, part 6, the Scottish Moorish Protestant Scots. Who are these? The nations of the world, Marrano, Columbus. Who's Columbus? The Sephardic Moorish colonists, Black Codes. What was the Black Codes about? You guys understand the Black Codes and who was it really being applied to? Who were they applying the Black Codes to? It wasn't to African slaves or just any particular people of color. Specific people. All right? So, Colonial Soldiers of Virginia. Awesome videos. We went over this book, Virginia's Colonial Soldiers, and most of the book, this is a very hard book. I had to buy it. I took pictures of it and I did 3 lives on that. We combined other information and we showed the contents of the books, how these soldiers are being listed, and you would see that the majority were people of color and the minority were pale or fair-skinned people. Most of the people were so-called Black and these Virginia American Revolutionary soldiers. Yeah, so-called Black. All right. Who are the Black Dutch? Who are the Black Dutch? Great video. Who are the Black Dutch, Sephardic Moorish, and the Cherokee, huh? Cherokee, 5 civilized tribes. Who are the 5 civilized tribes? Is it all Indians? Are you willing to empty your cup and learn true history and your true genealogy? Or you just want to be one thing? Or you might, or you're gonna get offended if I, no, don't talk about my people. You know, that word Cherokee didn't exist before Europeans came here. You guys know that, right? All right. So again, these are some of my videos. We've been here 4 years. I don't just, you know, if you're new to this, we've gone over so much information. Abraham Lincoln, yeah, so-called Black man. We proved it, man. This should be like, this should have 1 million views, and not because I want views, but because I want people to understand and know real history. But cute puppies get more views, you know. Kardashians get more views, you know, basketball beefs, you know, the Mayweather fight, all that stuff gets more views. This ain't important. People don't care. People don't care. Don't understand how significant this is. Because if he's a Black man, then he wasn't freeing Black people, just Black people, because he was a president. So it wasn't, didn't mean that Black people were only slaves. The Black Jacobites. I already showed this book from 1733 describing the Jacobites as black complexion, Black. All right. Marcus Garvey and his white friends. What was Marcus Garvey's involvement with white supremacists and why? So if you're not African and you know, what's your real genealogy? Why is this guy telling you to go back to Africa? Who's this guy? Who's this guy telling you to go back to Africa? Why is he telling you to go back to Africa when everything is telling you something else? everything is leading to something else. All right, so those are a little bit of my videos. I just wanted to go ahead and remind you guys, if you're new, go ahead and go back. We've talked about a lot. I've shown a lot of sources, a lot of different histories. It's been a great journey. So just wanted you guys to go ahead and I don't know if you can, go ahead and take the time to go back. A lot of info. All right. I hope you guys enjoyed today's presentation. We're gonna do part 2 tomorrow. Just get something going here. All right. We're gonna go out with a beat from Maniacs Beats. Maniacs Beats. Much love and respect, brother. Much love and respect. All right. Yeah. So I hope you enjoyed today's presentation. Thank you for staying here, sticking, these 4 hours. Wow, man. I wasn't trying to go that long. I knew it was going to be long. I knew I had to split it in 2 segments, but I appreciate you guys sticking through. You have a blessed night. I love you. I'm not here to try to make anybody any less of anything. I just wanted you to, see this part of history that it was never told to us, and maybe see it in a different way. All right, let's stop pointing fingers and being prejudiced. Let's stop thinking we know it all, and we just stop saying random things without proving it, without no sources. When you say I believe, I think, I presume, probably, those ain't facts. Those are opinions. All right, and I'm not trying to dog you out, but we at the point we got to really try to understand everything, man. They lied to us, yo. They lied to us a lot. So I love y'all. You guys take care. Hawa. Hawa. Blessings. Blessings. Yeah. Thank you. If you like this information, you want to support me, that's what I do now. I'm trying to make a living. I lost my job in January. They moved to India because of COVID. I've been trying to do this. So far, I've been able to hold off here and there. I do still have like a little part-time job that I do, to help me. But if you want to support this, you want to make this into a bigger thing for me to be able to buy books and all that, and just keep going, just keep, me being able to have time, because if not, I do have to get a job, and I just want to have time for this and be able to investigate and put these videos together and just, continue the classroom and continue the journey. So if you'd like to support, my Patreon is on the description of this video. Any donation, any amount is fine. I share a lot of great books there, a lot of great images. So it's not just me taking. I still share a lot more, and I spend a lot of time with my Patreons, talking back and forth with them, especially if they, send me a message, and help them out with their genealogy sometimes. So, if you're interested, you got a subscription to Netflix or anything like that, you think this is important, hey, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much. God bless. You guys take care. All right. Much love. Pura vida.